Hey guys, hello, welcome back. We are at day 19, part 2 of Michelle Troconis. We last left off Paul Gumeni, the actual. Yes, Charlie says Nafo sisters were so not going to make it. Yes. Well, that being said, they are getting ready for Paul Gumeni to keep getting blistered on cross-examination by the defense. So let's get back to where we picked up from there. Also, if you guys were listening today, the arguments for President Trump, whether or not the Colorado case is going to stand. Well, I listened along with everybody else on Joe's channel. It does not sound very good for the state of Colorado. Parallax, how you doing, man? And also, Campathic got the first. Congratulations. Got a new face getting. Got a new person getting first that I don't think's gotten first before. So what's gonna get? We'll give it a minute and see where everybody's at there. Hmm. Oh, hold on here, guys. Trying to fix something real quick. Why is this not working right? All right. Just got done watching yesterday's stream. Oh, hi, Cheryl. Well, good. I'm glad you did. Did you see the farms documents I tagged you in? Oh, hold on. What? Hold up. What now? You tagged me in some farm stuff. Oh, okay. Yes, I did see those. Yes, I did see that. Yes. So I did take a look at that. I'll bring that up. And no, it's ready to start. We're ready to start milking that, and we'll start doing that every Thursday as well. So, all right, guys, we are going. Am I going to read the Indian Supreme Court opinion? I think so, but that is a. It pretty much answered the question. It pretty much answered our thoughts. Judge Gull is only there because the process has to be followed, not because she's good. But yes, we'll take a chance and we'll look at it real quick tonight. So, but yes, that Richard Allen's Indiana opinion got released today, so good news. What am I drinking? This is kind of like Crystal Light lemonade, but I kind of think for some reason it's a little cloudy. So, all right, guys, well, we're gonna get started though. So here we go. Why is Michelle Troconis not loading up? I already had it open. Killing me. All right, guys. So here we go. Paul Gumeni still on the stand. Wait.
Thank you.
When we left off, I asked you about the going up to Litchfield on June 12th. There was a short interview that was cut short that day, correct?
That's correct.
Then you met with the police again on July 12th of 2019, correct?
I believe so, yes.
That's the 8-hour interview, right?
Yes.
That took place in a police station?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember which one it was?
I don't.
In between, you had met with your attorney?
Yes.
You also saw Fotis Dulos in that month, right?
No.
When's the last time you saw Fotis Dulos?
The last time I spoke with him in person was week after Jennifer disappeared, that Friday.
But you knew he moved back into 4 Jefferson Crossing, right?
I don't know when, but at some point, yes.
You knew he was there, right?
Yeah.
But you know Michelle Troconis was no longer there, right?
Yes.
Did you resign from 4 Group at that point?
My last day of work was that Friday when I saw him.
Did you say, I quit?
I think I told him that on the phone. How was it? No, that week when he got arrested, I just didn't show up at work.
Did you apply for unemployment?
Yes.
Did you claim you'd been fired?
No.
Did you fill out a form and say you had resigned?
I don't remember how the form was. I think it was something like temporary shutdown or something like that.
But that wasn't true, was it?
Well, he wasn't there, so I couldn't work.
Well, he continued operating the 4 Group, didn't he?
I don't know.
You recall that your July 12th interview took place in Bridgeport at the State Police Barracks. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
You went down there with your attorney, right?
Yes.
You met with the, was it the state police at that point?
Yeah, I believe so.
There were more than one detective interviewing you, correct?
Correct.
And they again wanted to go into detail on your whereabouts on May 24th, 2019, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, they wanted to go into detail with you about your whereabouts on May 24th, 2019, correct?
Correct.
You had, at that point, difficulty in remembering some of the details that you had been involved in on that May 24th. Isn't that true?
It is.
And you told the police it was because for you, May 24th was another day just like every other day, right?
Correct.
And the police, however, weren't having that with you, were they? They were contradicting you.
Just going to object, Your Honor, to the form of the question.
Well, sustained.
They didn't believe you. They told you they didn't believe you, right?
I know one of the detectives at some point said to me that makes sense.
Didn't they say to you, that day should be pretty clear to you by now, man? Isn't that what they said to you?
I'm going to object, Judge, that
Well,
if counsel is going to paraphrase, then he should just state
It's
what he
a
actually
quote.
said.
well, what we're not going to countenance is counsel talking over each other.
Mhm.
Well, the question is, essentially the actual question is, did you think that the police did not believe you? That's the actual question. To ask, they didn't believe you, and will the objection be foundation? So sustained.
Didn't they tell you that they didn't believe you?
Just object, Judge.
Ground.
Is counsel, my concern, Your Honor, is that counsel is presenting these as direct quotes, and I think it would be best to use the actual transcript as opposed to paraphrasing.
Well, before we even get to that point, the witness can say no.
That's a fair point.
This isn't impeachment yet because it does not appear to be impeachment based on a prior inconsistent statement. Counsel is just asking what the police said. The witness can say, yes, they said that. No, they didn't say that. I don't remember.
And that's the important thing here. You can always say, I don't know as a witness, and I could work with that. If you say, I don't know, well, then I can't impeach you, but then I can refresh your recollection. If you say something else, I can immediately impeach that. But if I'm just asking the initial question, you might say, I don't know. And then, yeah, there's things that can be done from there.
Overruled.
Correctly
Can
overruled.
you repeat the question?
Yes. Didn't they tell you that they
He was
didn't believe you
frustrated with
didn't
that
know
objection.
what you did on May 24th?
I don't remember them saying they don't believe me.
Didn't they tell you it should be clear to you what you did on that day?
Yes,
And did you say to them, I didn't pay attention? Is that what you said?
yes,
You do recall telling the police, though, that Mr. Dulos informed you that he had an appointment with his lawyer on the morning of May 24th, right?
correct,
And he told you that the day before on the 23rd, correct?
correct.
You indicated to them, you told them you were in New Canaan the entire day, right?
Judge, I'm going to object to the form of these questions. He's asking him what he said in this interview. He should pose the question, and only if there's an inconsistency should he then ask a more direct question about what Mr. Gumini said on a previous occasion.
What counsel is doing is going through the entire or significant portions of a transcript, just reiterating the questions that were asked and the questions that were answered. The basis of using the transcript is for impeachment. This is the court does not know what the purpose of asking the witness is of every question that was asked and every answer that was given. That's not impeachment. So the court is going to sustain the objection because it's an attempt to, it's not even an attempt to impeach. It's just a rehearsal of what.
Yeah, and I get where the court's going. Yes, ultimately, Schermerhorn is trying to basically have him read out that since he can't sit there and read the transcript onto the record, he's trying to have the jury go like question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. He's trying to elicit the entire transcript onto the record by asking questions about the transcript itself. So, judge is saying, we're not doing that anymore. I'm not going to let you. You have to ask pinpointed questions.
What happened. And that's basically a waste of time. Sustained.
You claim in this courtroom the other day that you went down to New Canaan, you were there all day, right?
That I was there from before 10 a.m. to around 2:30 p.m.
You claimed you were at the house on Sturbridge Hill Road that entire time once you arrived there, correct?
Correct,
You said you went there directly from your house in Simsbury, correct?
correct.
You didn't stop at Fort Jefferson Crossing, did you?
I did.
When it's not rush hour, it takes you from your home to get down to New Canaan back then. If there isn't traffic, what, about an hour and a quarter, maybe? Is that about right?
About an hour and 30 minutes at least.
But you weren't there all day, were you? Till 2:30.
Other than leaving for lunch around 12, that I'm not sure of, I would be there.
Did you come back from lunch and go back to Sturbridge Hill?
Come back from lunch and go back to Sturbridge Hill?
Yeah, you said you left for lunch.
It's possible. I'm not sure.
What time did you leave for lunch?
It could have been, I couldn't recover that day, so it could have been between 12 and 1.
Every day for you was about the same in terms of when you were down there, taking a lunch?
Sometimes I would bring my own lunch and just have it at the job site.
Well, how about that day, May 24th? Where did you go for lunch?
I said to the investigators that it's possible that I went for lunch to Chinese restaurant.
Did you name that Chinese restaurant for them?
I believe I sent them the address at some point.
The police told you that there was surveillance video from across the street. That's from 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, didn't they?
They mentioned that to me, yes.
There was a house right across the street from where the one that we were building, right?
I was never shown that.
That's not my question. My question is, was there a house across the street from 61 Sturbridge Hill Road?
Yes,
People were living there, right? It was a finished house.
yes.
The police told you that they had video cameras, Ring doorbell cameras from across the street, right?
Judge, I object. Hearsay, going through the
Well,
transcript
again,
again.
This is just a repeat of the interview. It's a waste of time. If it's
Judge,
not
this is
impeachment, if it's not impeachment,
It is impeachment.
it is not impeachment because you're not indicating that he testified as to one version of events on one day and today is saying something else. So it's not impeachment. It's not an impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement.
That wasn't the
You
purpose.
are reading a transcript.
First of all, Your Honor, I'm reading from my notes. I'm not reading from a transcript. Number two, there are other ways to impeach a witness besides prior inconsistent statements.
Well, the court has not heard it. Sustained.
There were no, you were not there on the 24th of May, 2019 with a four-group vehicle, were you?
Meaning where?
At 61 Sturbridge Hill Road.
At the May 24th, 2019?
Right, in the afternoon. You weren't there at all.
I was there from around 10 to 2:30 o'clock. I left around 2 or 3 o'clock.
You were there, you left, you said at 2 or 3?
Yes,
And you went out for lunch to a Chinese restaurant, or you don't know?
prior to leaving for the day.
So not at 12 or 1 that day.
Between 12 and 1 to my best guess.
And then you said you came back, right?
Correct.
Right, well, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit AA. I'm going to first show you, and before I show you that, let me just ask you a question. When you parked at 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, you always parked at the same place in the driveway closer to the road, correct? By the
Right,
garage.
Like right by the garage, yes.
Right, if you were pulling into that garage, into that driveway, it was the right-hand garage, right?
Yes,
And you parked not in the garage, but in front of the garage, right?
yes,
And you could see the street from where you parked, right?
possible,
And you could see there was a house across the street, right?
yes.
And that's the house that the police said to you, how can you
Judge,
explain that there is not, I'm sorry, I haven't asked my question yet.
Well, I object to the argument.
Well, first of all, the question was, that's the house the
Shimmer needs to
police
chill
said
out.
to you. And what's the objection, Counsel?
My objection, Your Honor, is the same objection that I made earlier, which is number one, it's hearsay. Number two, it's improper impeachment.
Well, the
Number
court
three.
does not know what the question will be.
And it's not being offered for the truth, it's being offered to show that he responded to that question.
Well, again, the run-up to the questions appear to this court to be a waste of time. The questions can be asked directly. Did the police tell you X? And what was your response? And what was their response? So the court is going to overrule the objection.
Do you recall the police saying to you that you couldn't explain, or how to explain the fact that you're not seen on video from across the street? Didn't they tell you that?
No.
They did not. All right. I'm going to show you what I believe is being offered without objection. AA.
That's correct, Judge. No objection.
Defense, AA admitted as well.
So you were there on days prior to May 20. You were there during that entire week of May 24th, correct?
I don't remember if I was there every day, but I'm sure I was there some days.
Right. You were there on May 19th?
I don't remember.
All right. Well, I'm going to show you a short clip, if I can, please. If you could look on the screen. Can you see it?
Yep.
All right. So could you freeze it and enlarge it, please? Now, do you see, before we even enlarge it, do you recognize this house across the street from this video?
I don't see it clearly what a house is.
You don't see the house that's not 61 Sturbridge Hill Road that
Well,
you
the
were?
response was, I cannot see clearly what the house is.
All right, could I have it enlarged, please, that area?
Yes, it looks like 61 Sturbridge, yes.
And I see a vehicle parked in the driveway. This won't work, okay. Do you see the white vehicle where the cursor is right there?
Yes.
That's the white Cherokee that's owned by the Ford Group, isn't it?
I don't know if that's the Cherokee.
Were you driving any other white SUV when you were down at 61
Well, I
Sturbridge Hill Road?
object, Judge, to misstates the testimony
Right.
entirely.
Well, the witness can't identify what counsel has identified as the white Cherokee.
Is that where you parked?
This is where I would normally park, yes.
But you're not agreeing that that's the vehicle you drove to 61 Sturbridge Hill Road on May 19th, 2019?
May 19, I would be driving Raptor, I believe.
Your testimony would have been the Raptor and not this vehicle right there, right?
I believe I had that Raptor for 2 weeks prior.
Right. Could you show the witness, please, May 24th, please? This is from 1 p.m. on May 24th. There any vehicle parked there at 1 p.m. on 61 Sturbridge Hill Road?
I don't see any.
But the car that you would bring there was always visible from the road, isn't that true?
Yes.
When the police told you that there was no video of you in the afternoon at Sturbridge Hill Road, you had no answer for them, did you?
Judge, I'm just going to object. Again, this is improper impeachment.
Well, the question is, well, really a number of questions. The police talked to you about where you were on a certain date. You said you were here. They told you you weren't there. And you responded nothing. I mean, that's how the question breaks down. So the court will allow it.
Right?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When the police pointed out that there was no way to document that you were there because there was no video of you and asked you to explain it, you couldn't explain it, could you?
I don't recall them saying to me that there was no video of me.
You don't recall them saying that to you? Let's have a moment. Would watching a short clip from your interrogation on July 12th be helpful in refreshing your memory?
Yes.
Could I play then? I'm just going to show.
Well, Judge, respectfully, I think that the state is entitled to inspect whatever clip they're going to play before it's
Yes.
presented to the jury. And as a matter of fact, refresh recollection is generally not to be published to the jury. So
Well, the clip is going to be played on Mr. Domeni's monitor.
understood, Judge, but the sound will be audible.
Give him headphones. I mean, fuck, it's not hard.
I would just like the opportunity to inspect the clip as I would any other exhibit.
That's appropriate.
Is that it?
Seriously. Yes, the jury doesn't get to hear the refreshing. They don't get to read the thing used to refresh, so they don't get to hear the video, but there's ways around that. And one of them is make the guy wear headphones. Charlie says the ICE agents will force him to drink a whole bottle of Everclear. I don't have any money to force Sean to directly ignore me talking about Prego, so I do it from chat. Jeez. You guys are ridiculous. Yes, we are going to go over the Greer v. Moon, Greer v. the Farms proceedings. It's going to be good. So let's try to skip ahead while he's reviewing it, because right now it's just dead air. Oh, we're at 1 point. We're at normal speed too, guys. I'm sorry. How bad of me? Come on. Oh.
Your Honor, I don't want to take up any.
Here we go. Sounds like they're going to pass on this.
Your Honor, I don't want to take up any more.
Ooh,
time
we lost
for
the
this
sound.
specific place, so I'm going to move on. You testified that you you sent a text to Fotis Dulos on 2/12. Is that right?
I don't remember the specific time. I remember I was texting him, yes.
Your claim, though, that you were still at Sturbridge Hill Road at 2:12 in the afternoon when you sent that text?
Possible, yes.
Well, anything's possible. In fact, didn't you leave at 12:30 and not come back?
Yes, I think so.
You went somewhere else in New Canaan that afternoon, right?
At what time?
After you left Sturbridge Hill Road.
At what time?
I'm asking you.
It's possible that I went for lunch.
And then didn't go back to the house.
I think I'd come back.
You said you had the Raptor that day, is that correct?
Yes.
If I show you a document that pinpoints the location of the, allegedly pinpoints the location of the Raptor, might that refresh your recollection?
Judge, I'm going to object. He didn't indicate he his recollection refreshed. He said he thinks he came back. So I think this is improper.
Well, the question has to be asked in such a way that there's no confusion as to whether he's saying he does not remember whether he came back or he believes he did come back.
I'd also like to be heard on this exhibit at a certain point, also perhaps at sidebar.
The court does not know what the exhibit is.
I understand. I just want to, would it be all right if we just have a brief sidebar, Judge?
Yes.
All right, I guess we'll have a sidebar. Oh, Michelle wearing a stylish sweater today. Let's try to speed run this. All right, here we go.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked for BB for identification. Just going to ask you to look at it, see if that refreshes your recollection as to what time you left 61 Sturbridge Hill Road on May 24th, 2019.
Hold on, we're gonna refresh this. I gotta try. We gotta get better sound out of this.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked for
Yes, so what
BB for
happened?
identification.
I can't stand that. The sound just gets all
61
fucking
Sturbridge
weird.
Hill Road on May 24th, 2019.
Sorry.
Yeah, so 9:53 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at Sturbridge Hill Road. And so
Did that refresh your recollection?
yeah, so that could have been when I left for lunch.
But your claim is that you came back? Or you don't recall?
I believe I did.
But you're not sure?
I'm not sure, no.
What did you have for lunch at that Chinese restaurant?
I don't remember.
What did the person who served you look like?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything else while you were down in New Canaan on May 24th, 2019 in the afternoon?
I believe I was just working at the house and possibly went for lunch and came back.
You didn't go anywhere else?
No reason.
What street was this Chinese restaurant on?
I don't remember.
Remember, do you ever go there before?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of it?
No.
You were at the Shell station in, I think it was a Shell station, you said in Farmington at 4:33, according to that exhibit?
Yes.
That's when you paid for your gas, right?
Yes.
So you filled up the tank?
Yes.
And then, as I understand it, you went to 585 first to get to pick up that 2x10?
I went to Fort Jefferson first.
You went to Fort Jefferson, you saw a phone sitting in a cradle, right? A charging phone, cradle, whatever, right?
Yes.
And you recognize that was Fotis's charging cradle, right?
I'm not sure whose phone was it.
Did you try calling the phone?
No.
But you noticed that there was a phone in the cradle, right?
Correct.
So when you tried calling Fotis, he didn't answer, right?
I tried to call Fotis when I was outside, so I couldn't see if that particular phone was ringing.
Or even was on silent. You don't even know that, right?
No.
But in any event, when you went in, you saw a phone in the cradle, right?
Yeah.
You went upstairs to the office to look for the keys.
Yes.
You didn't see the keys there, right? So then you went to 585 Deercliff, right?
Correct.
From Fort Jefferson, right?
Correct.
And how far was the intersection of Jefferson Crossing to 585 Deercliff?
I couldn't tell you, like, it's a short distance, driving distance.
585, just so we're clear, is on the left side of Deer Cliff as you're heading north, right?
Correct.
That's one of these houses, it was in bad shape, right? It was all broken up, correct? From damage,
It wasn't damaged, it was just old house.
but it wasn't occupied, right?
Yeah,
I'm right, correct?
correct.
But it had nice views down the valley on that side of the street, right?
On the opposite side of the street, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, from that house, I mean, you've been in that house, right?
Correct.
So what I'm trying to do is orient, Jefferson Crossing doesn't have views of the valley, does it?
No.
It has views. So as you went to that 585, there was a 2x10, you said, just one?
One that I needed, there could have been more.
And that was in the garage?
I believe so, yes.
And you put it in the back of the Raptor, right?
Correct.
And from there, you went down to 80 Mountain Spring Road, right?
Correct.
Why would you bring the 2x10 down to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
I believe my initial thought was to try to load the dirt bike on the Raptor since I didn't have a key for the Tacoma. So my initial thought was to go back to Fort Jefferson.
But you didn't do that.
No,
So did you assume that
I just
Fotis would be at 80?
took a ride to 80 to see
See what?
if he's there or maybe the key is in the truck.
So you assumed he might be there.
Just went there to see.
You did know there was a showing of that house the next day, didn't you?
No,
You didn't know that?
no,
You also said that yesterday that you never saw Michelle do any cleaning before of any of the houses that were completed. Is that what you said yesterday?
I don't recall saying that yesterday.
Well, because I just want to be clear, there was an occasion when if there was going to be a showing or a bunch of houses, a bunch of realtors were going to come, everyone might pitch in and do a little bit of cleaning up, dusting and stuff like that, right?
I don't recall a situation like that, no.
Have you ever done that?
Do I look like a woman to you?
At 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, not at 80, at any location.
Yeah, I'm sure I've done some cleaning,
Andy Loomis had done it,
possibly,
Guillaume,
possibly.
and Michelle, right?
I don't recall ever seeing Michelle doing that.
So we saw the video of you arriving at 80 Mountain Spring Road, correct? Shows you driving in? Did we see that?
What?
Into 80 Mountain Spring on the
Exactly, a
afternoon of the 24th,
Tyrannosaur.
in the Raptor.
Yes,
And you said that they were surprised to see you, but then everything right after that was normal, right?
correct.
So you didn't make any plans to see Fotis down at 80 Mountain Spring, did you?
No,
And when you said they were acting completely normal, what you meant, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
right,
Nothing suspicious that they were doing?
correct.
Nobody seemed to be in a rush?
No,
They weren't trying to get rid of you and tell you to move along or why don't you get out of here or anything like that?
no,
They weren't trying to hide anything from you?
I didn't notice that, no.
They didn't seem agitated when they saw you?
No,
They didn't seem nervous to you?
the first second or two when I pulled in, they seemed to be surprised.
Surprised. Now I'm using the word, they didn't seem nervous to you.
No,
And the Tacoma was exactly where you had left, where it had been left by Fotis Dulos the night before, right?
correct.
You didn't see any garbage bags
No.
around? You didn't see any rolled up carpets around?
No.
You didn't see any rugs or mats?
No.
You didn't see any towels or bed covers?
No.
By the way, it was still light out on this date, right? Right before Memorial Day weekend?
Around 5 o'clock, I would assume, yes.
Yeah, and it was Memorial Day weekend, and you were planning on celebrating, I guess, was it the next day? When was it? When was your wife's birthday? Was it the next day or the following week?
Where, you mean when the event was?
The event, yeah.
Saturday,
The next day.
yes.
By the way, down at 80 Mountain Spring, when you got there, you never went inside, right?
Correct.
You didn't think it was even, if there was, you didn't know there was a showing at that house, right?
I don't recall knowing of a showing next day.
It wasn't your project, correct?
Correct.
It was whose?
Andy Loomis.
You don't know what arrangements then he had made to show that house, right?
Just going to object, Your Honor. Cumulatively indicated he didn't know.
Well,
This is a different question.
well, at this point, it's not relevant because the initial question was, you did not know that there was going to be a showing. So to follow up with that as to who was going to be the project manager or who was going to be involved in the showing is a waste of time. Sustained.
From your experience, after a house was completed, there was still a lot of dust in those finished houses before they were sold, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the duct system would actually spread dust around the house if it had an air system, right?
Correct.
So whenever you went in these houses, if they were unoccupied, there might be a little surface dust on various items, right?
Correct.
On the countertops, right?
Correct.
On the floor, maybe in the sink, right?
Correct.
Windows, dust, right?
Yes.
Incidentally, it wasn't unusual for Fotis to take a hands-on approach to do cleaning, was it?
I've seen him done it, yes.
In other words, he wasn't one of these hands-off guys that wore white gloves and let everyone else do the work and he just sat in his office, right?
Correct.
He would show up at job sites, correct?
Correct.
He'd help out if need be, right?
Correct.
In fact, if I recall your testimony, Fotis and you walked around the property to look how the grass was growing in from you seeding it, right?
Correct.
So you actually did some work at 80 Mountain Spring Road, right?
Correct.
Even though it wasn't your project, correct?
Correct.
Did you do the whole, I mean, we saw that satellite picture. Did you do the whole lawn yourself?
I don't remember how much of it that I did. I'm pretty sure I did around the house. But if the side in the lower yard, I did it. I don't recall it.
Did you put, we see in that image, there's pink tape along the sides of the driveway in that image we watched a little bit ago, remember?
Yes.
And was that to keep people from driving on the lawn and keeping them right on that crushed stone driveway?
I believe Dulos put this up.
He put it up. Weren't you sort of with him checking it out to make sure it was not going to blow down or fall down?
Yes.
We watched those videos. It was pretty windy that day, wasn't it?
Yes.
We see all those trees blowing just in those clips, right? Yes?
Correct.
By the way, you knew that that Dulos, Mr. Dulos had a housekeeper, a house cleaner for his house, right? For Fort Jefferson?
Yes.
You knew her, Renata, right?
I met her, yes.
Well, you more than met, you spoke Polish with her, didn't you?
Yes,
She was from Poland? You were from Poland, right?
correct.
So you knew who she was?
I knew her name is Renata and she's cleaning houses. I didn't know her personally.
You never saw Fotis have Renata cleaning any of these houses that he was building, did you?
Not Renata, no.
Not what?
Not Renata, no.
Whether you knew there was a showing or not, you did know that that house was for sale, right?
Correct.
You knew there was one of these large four-group advertisement signs and a for sale sign, right?
Correct.
Were you ever in the office when inquiries were coming in about that house for sale? 80 Mountain Spring?
I don't recall it.
Then when we watched that video, I just want to be clear. You, bless you.
Thank you.
You drove out in the Raptor first, correct? This is on May 23rd. I'm sorry, withdrawn. That was May 24th. You left in the Raptor, Fotis left in the Suburban, and Michelle left in the Jeep, correct?
I left in Raptor, and I know they left in those two cars. I believe Fotis left in Suburban.
Right, Fotis left in the Suburban, and Michelle left in the Jeep, right?
I believe, yes.
Didn't we just watch that this morning? Didn't you just go through that?
Well,
with
I
Mr.
object,
Well,
Your
the
Honor, to
question,
that
didn't we
question.
watch it this morning is not probative. Sustained.
Do you recall that we watched it, we saw it this morning?
Judge, I
Same
object.
question. Sustained.
All three of you left within moments of each other, correct?
Correct.
You then drove back to Fort Jefferson with Fotis right behind you, correct?
No,
Where did you go?
585.
You went to 585. You still had this 2x10 in the back of the truck, right?
Correct.
Why didn't you bring the 2x10 to Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Because I was gonna go right back to 80 Mountain Spring Road to get my truck and park my truck at 585 Dirkler, and Fotis Dulos was gonna pick me up.
Why bring the 2x10 with you at all in the Raptor?
You mean when I left Fort Jefferson?
No, when you left, when you left Fort Jefferson.
I just explained that earlier.
Well, you explained it, but I'm not understanding. You went and got the 2x10 at 585, right?
Correct.
You put it in the Raptor, correct? Not in your vehicle.
Correct.
Why didn't you then move the 2x10 into the Raptor into the Tacoma, since that's what your plan was?
At what point?
At any point.
I don't know. This is just what I did.
You left the 2x10 in the Raptor, driving it back to Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Driving back to 585 Dirkler.
But your Tacoma was still down at 80 Mountain Spring.
Yes.
Is there a reason for that?
No reason.
No reason. You just wanted to carry the 2x10 in the back of the
It
truck
was
with
just
you?
there, so I didn't take it.
Right. So I just want to be clear, when you went to 80 Mountain
This
Spring Road,
2x10 nonsense
you
is losing
did not
the
put
jury.
anything in the back of
This
the
is
Raptor,
not helping.
right?
At 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yeah.
No.
You had already put that 2x10 in the back, correct?
At 585.
It was, you had put in, but it was still in the Raptor when you were down at 80 Mountain Spring, right?
Correct.
And it was sticking out past the back of the Raptor, right?
Correct.
It was taking up a fair amount of room, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't see Fotis Dulos put anything in the back of the Raptor while you were down at 80 Mountain Spring, did you?
I didn't.
Excuse me?
I didn't.
You didn't see Michelle Troconis put anything in the back of the Raptor either, did you?
I didn't.
When Michelle, you and Fotis Dulos left 80 Mountain Spring, you had indicated yesterday that Michelle told you that she had to go drop off or pick up rugs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just so we're clear, she had indicated that she was picking up rugs, right?
I don't recall if she said picking up or dropping off or meeting with someone in regards of rugs, yes.
You know that she had this interior decoration side business where she sold rugs,
Yes,
correct?
I heard of that before.
I'm sorry?
I heard of that before, yes.
And you had actually seen some of them. They were on display sometimes at the Ford Group offices, weren't they?
I've seen it, yes.
And you knew that she sold them through various furniture stores and other interior design stores around the Farmington Valley, correct?
I knew she was selling them somehow. I just don't recall how.
I didn't hear your last part.
I just don't know how she was selling them.
How? But you knew that you had seen her negotiating, talking about prices of rugs and stuff, right? Showing to people.
I don't recall showing to people or negotiate prices, but I was aware of her selling it, yes.
Okay. When you got back to Fort Jefferson Crossing, is that when you realized that you didn't have the Tacoma key?
When I got back to Fort Jefferson Crossing,
Yeah, after leaving 80 Mountain Spring.
I knew I didn't have the Tacoma key.
You saw it sticking out of the door of the Tacoma as you were driving out, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Dulos and Michelle were behind you pulling out, correct?
Correct.
And you thought that Michelle took the key because it was hanging out of the door and she didn't want to leave it there, correct?
That was possibly, yes.
Well, not just, that's what you told the police, right?
Yeah.
And immediately when you got back to 80 Mountain Spring and saw that the key wasn't in the door, you told Mr. Dulos, right? That the key wasn't there, right?
Correct.
He immediately called Michelle, right? Correct?
No.
He did not?
He asked me if I want to take home the Raptor.
He asked you if you wanted to keep the Raptor. You said no.
Yes.
There was no pushback, right?
Yeah, I can say that.
That there was no pushback when you said you wanted your Raptor, you wanted your Tacoma. He then called Michelle, right?
Correct.
And she came back within less than 10 minutes. Isn't that true?
True.
We watched the video of her coming back. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And I wrote down the time. It was like 7 minutes till she got back, right? Right?
Correct.
You took the keys, right?
Yes,
Were you able to start your Tacoma this time, or did you have to do that thing with the,
I was able to start.
you were able to start it? And now you drove up to 585, right?
Correct.
Where was this 2x10 at this point?
It was up 585, sitting on the side of the house.
So when you left 80 Mountain Spring earlier, you drove back up to 585 and unloaded the 2x10 that you had put in the Raptor earlier, correct?
Correct.
Then you drove, well, how did you get back to Fort Jefferson Crossing?
On which point?
After you dropped off the 2x10 and left your Tacoma at 585?
I didn't drop off 2x10 when I was leaving the Tacoma. The 2x10 was already there.
Oh, when you had the Raptor, you left it there?
Correct.
Okay. So now you drove, where did you go from 80 Mountain Spring? Well, now that you had your Tacoma?
I left the Tacoma at 585.
Okay. How did you get back to Fort Jefferson Crossing where the motorcycle was?
Dulos was following me with the Raptor.
I'm sorry, with the what?
Dulos was following me with the Raptor, I'm sorry.
So Mr. Dulos drove up to 585 with you,
He was following me with the Raptor.
and then you got out of the Tacoma and went into the Raptor,
Correct.
and then drove back to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
With him, yes.
And then you used a battery charger to jumpstart the motorcycle, right?
Correct.
And you drove it up to 585
Correct.
on the road.
On it.
And I'd asked you if there was anything in the back of the Tacoma. There was nothing in the back of your Tacoma other than, you said there was a bucket, right?
The bucket was inside the car, not on the back of the truck,
Oh, there was nothing in the back of the truck, right?
other than bungee cords and straps that I used to hold on the dirt bike.
Did you say like bungee cords?
Yes.
And there were no bags in the back of the Tacoma, right?
No.
And there were no other tools in the back of it, right?
I don't recall seeing anything. No.
And certainly there were no garbage bags.
Certainly no, but no garbage.
By the way, when Fotis Dulos called Michelle, were you standing right there to bring back the keys?
I don't remember if I was standing right next to him or within 6 or 10 feet away from him. Like, I don't recall it.
Well, you heard him ask her to come back if she's got the keys, right? With the keys.
My understanding was that when I asked him if he has a key, he said, "Oh no, Michelle has the key. I have to call her."
All right. And you saw him call, right? Saw him either text or put his phone to his ear, right?
Possibly, yes.
He didn't say he couldn't get in touch with her, did he?
No.
And he didn't deny that she had the key, did he?
No.
On Sunday, May 26th, you were not at work, right?
Correct.
And you were not on work on Monday, May 27th, because that was Memorial Day, correct?
Correct.
But Fotis Dulos called you on the weekend to tell you that Jennifer was missing, isn't that right?
Correct.
That was on that Sunday, the 26th?
I believe so, yes.
You didn't see him at all, though, that weekend until Tuesday, right?
Correct.
Had anyone else told you or asked you if you had heard what had happened about Jennifer Dulos being missing?
I believe Stefan Reich either called me or texted me earlier that Sunday.
And that's when you started searching the internet for stories about it?
I don't recall searching for stories that Sunday, but it's possible.
You didn't ask Fotis Dulos on that call on Sunday when he told you that Jennifer was missing if he had any idea where she was, did you?
I don't recall asking him, no.
You thought she had just disappeared or ran away or something, right?
And object to relevance, Judge.
Well, what he thought happened or could have happened, what's the relevance, counsel? There's already been testimony that he could not believe that Fotis Dulos was involved. So what is the relevance of this question?
His state of mind, this
Well-
witness's state of mind.
Well, his state of mind is not relevant as to what he thought may have happened. What he testified to is he didn't believe Fotis Dulos had anything to do with it. Sustained.
You were in possession of that Tacoma from Friday afternoon until Tuesday when you went to Fort Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to be clear, you saw nothing unusual or different about your Tacoma, correct?
I
Over that weekend.
didn't look. I wasn't suspicious of anything.
There was nothing unusual in it?
No, I didn't discover the bucket until Tuesday morning.
You saw the bucket on Tuesday morning, right?
Correct.
And let me ask you about that. You said there was a blue jacket or sweatshirt of some sort in there, correct?
Correct.
Did you take it out of the bucket?
No.
It was kind of a light blue, wasn't it?
Correct.
It was not a dark navy blue.
No.
And that particular sweatshirt or jacket, you hadn't seen that before.
No.
By the way, you didn't see anything that looked like blood in your vehicle, did you?
No.
Or anything that one might consider a stain that might be red or brown that wasn't something that had always been in there?
No.
I'm glad you like the commentary, Jennifer. Yeah. So guys, look, I'm sorry. This had really good this is a very auspicious hunting ground. I thought this cross is going to be great. He is just fucking dragging it to death. I mean, this is more dead than Jennifer at this point. Or Jennifer, as Michelle would call her.
Now, you testified that the morning of Tuesday, that you were there for how long before you left to go to New Canaan?
I don't remember, but could have been half hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
In any event, do you know what time you arrived?
Had to be around 8 o'clock in the morning.
Just have a moment. For much of the time that you were at the house with Michelle and Fotis on the morning of the the 27th, you had indicated that you knew what you were doing on May 24th, so you didn't need to write it down. Is that right?
I didn't say I knew what I was doing, but at the 24th.
You told Fotis, didn't you, that you didn't need to write down what you were doing that day, correct? For the 24th, when he asked you.
Yes,
Because you knew what you were doing, right?
I didn't remember at that day what I was doing. I remember him asking me what I was doing on Friday, and I told him I was in New Canaan, and he asked me if there was contractors, and I told him I think so, but I'm not sure. It could have been that I was there by myself.
So we're talking about 3 days later, you didn't know whether there were any contractors there or not?
At that moment, I didn't know. No.
And that's because May 24th was another day, just like every other day for you, right?
Correct.
You didn't tell him that you had gone to a Chinese restaurant for lunch, did you?
No.
You didn't tell that to the police either, right?
At some point I did.
You told them the name of the place back then, if you remembered it?
No, object, that's a
Well,
different
that's not the
question,
question.
Judge.
The question is, did you tell the police you went to a Chinese restaurant? And now the next question is, did you tell them the name of the place?
Right.
First, the litany of questions concerning the Chinese restaurant, we'll put it this way, that ground has been plowed.
Yeah, it's already been touched on.
So
Plowed.
any further discussion of the Chinese restaurant
Yes.
is a waste
Plowed.
of time.
Yes. very plowed, just hard. She's gonna take it. No. Oh, I forgot the door was open and somebody had a complaint last time, so I need to close this. I am sorry. So yeah, Attorney Shimmerhorn's just killing this, not in a good way.
Sustained.
You didn't tell the police on June 2nd, 2019 that you'd gone to a Chinese restaurant for lunch, did you?
Well, the court just said any discussion again of the Chinese restaurant is grounds, it's a ground that has been plowed. It's a waste of time.
So let's talk about the day that you saw that your truck was all sparkly clean. You couldn't remember the exact day that was, correct?
Well, Judge, I'm going to object to the question. He didn't testify that it was, quote, sparkly clean. I think it's sarcasm. I'm objecting to the form of the question.
Well,
It's not argumentative, Your Honor. It's a preliminary question. It has nothing to do with the manner. I don't have to quote exactly what he said. It's not a proper objection. It's a preliminary question.
counsel is objecting to the adverb. Well, the witness can respond in the way in which the witness decides to respond, so overrule.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Whether I use the word spark, there's a chain of car washes called Mr. Sparkle, right?
Possibly, yeah.
All right, but I'm just going to ask you, you noticed that your vehicle had been cleaned, right?
Yes.
You weren't sure of the date, but you believe that it was the next day after the meetup in the kitchen on the 27th? That it would be on the Wednesday?
I believe
I'm
so.
sorry, I'm getting my dates wrong. Instead of it being Tuesday, your first day back to work, do you believe it was the next day after that?
I'm not sure. Like I stated before, ever since I gave police my phone, I couldn't recover exact timing and days of all the events.
Well, it wasn't the same day that you were in the kitchen where Fotis wanted you to write down what you did on the previous Friday, was it?
Judge, objection, asked and answered about 3 times at this point.
Your Honor, it's about the truck. I'm trying to pinpoint the date. I certainly have not asked this question.
Well, the question is, the appearance of the truck having been cleaned was not seen on the same date that Fotis Dulos asked you to write down essentially a timeline. That's the question.
Right.
So if it's been asked and answered before, the court is not going to disallow the question, so overrule.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. The day that you saw that your car had been washed was a day later, at least, than the day that you had been in the kitchen and Fotis tried to talk to you to write down what you did, right? Wasn't the same day.
I think it was either that Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday afternoon.
So if it was Tuesday afternoon, you're saying it would be the same day that you saw them and you were talking to them in the kitchen that morning, right?
Correct.
But you're not certain about that, right?
No.
And you, I think, told a joke about, what, are you going to get my car fixed too? You remember that, right?
Correct.
And you were joking back and forth about it, right?
He says no, just green.
This is probably a good time to take the afternoon recess. We will reconvene, ladies and gentlemen, at 3:30. Please do not discuss this case.
Yeah, the judge is really the defense is really kind of pushing their luck here. You know, the judge talks about already plowed ground. We've already gone over this. He likes talking metaphors, so I appreciate that as a person who likes to talk in metaphors and analogies and syllogisms myself. Yeah, this is not good. This is not a good look. they had some, like, there's something to be said about, leaving cards on the table, but now he's just like, they took all the meat off the bone already with Paul Gumeni. It's really been wasted now. And now they're just sitting there chewing on bones. And after a while, that doesn't do anything for you. So I don't recommend them to keep doing this, because I don't know how this is going to help them. So I don't know. So let's, I guess we'll see what happens. So here we go, guys.
So when you discovered that Mr. Dulos had cleaned and washed your car that day, you already knew that Jennifer Dulos had been missing since the previous Friday, right?
Correct.
You didn't think there was any connection between those two things, did you?
Not at this moment, no.
I'm sorry, not at what?
Not at this moment, no.
Not at that moment, right? So maybe in hindsight, at that time, even after he washed your car, you didn't suspect that Fotis Dulos had anything to do with the disappearance of his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you'd known Fotis, you testified for many, many years, correct?
Correct.
So you knew what he was like in general, right?
Correct.
He wasn't a stranger to you.
No.
You'd seen him when he'd gotten angry sometimes, right?
Very rarely.
Rarely did he get angry, though, correct?
Correct.
He was happy sometimes. You saw him happy, right?
Correct.
You never thought he was hiding things from you, did you?
Correct.
Now, I believe you testified that it was Thursday, the day before you first encountered the police, that Fotis Dulos suggested you go to a junkyard and buy some used seats to replace the ones in your truck, right?
Correct.
And I already asked you, you went to at least 2 junkyards, right?
Correct.
And then you also went to, I didn't quite understand, a used auto parts store?
No, I went to junkyard, and the second junkyard was more like a used auto parts store.
Are they the ones that said you could order some Tacoma seats that might work in your car?
Correct.
In your truck, I mean?
Correct.
Okay. But it would take a few days, right?
Correct.
But you didn't order those seats, did you?
I didn't know.
And when you went back, you told Fotis that you couldn't find any, right?
Correct.
And he seemed angry, that, or at least disappointed. You tell me, was he angry about that?
Yes.
Did he yell at you?
Not until he wasn't raising his voice until the minute when I told him that I'm not going to do it.
Okay, that didn't come yet. I'm trying to go in order here, right? He
Correct.
was annoyed that you couldn't find any, right?
Correct.
So he was asking you to try elsewhere, try something else, right?
Correct.
Now, he also said to you when he told you to go look for seats, he said, let's not call them seats. That's what you testified, right?
Correct.
He said to call them hardware.
Correct.
Didn't that strike you as strange?
It did.
But again, you still didn't suspect that this had anything to do with Jennifer Dulos, did you?
I was suspicious about it. I was just it just wasn't fitting in my head that he would be capable of doing such thing.
So it didn't raise any red flags when you went and actually looked for seats, right?
It did raise red flags. I was analyzing him on that Friday, it just didn't make sense for me.
But you still went and looked at least 2 different locations, right?
Correct.
And you did confront him and ask him, why am I doing this? And you wanted an answer from him, right?
Correct,
This was Friday afternoon, right?
correct,
And he had told you that a few weeks earlier, on Mother's Day, he had either picked up the cat or hugged Jennifer, and some hair may have gotten on him and gotten on the car, on his clothes and on the Tacoma, right?
correct.
You found that acceptable at that moment, didn't you?
For cleaning the car, yes, not for replacing the seats.
No, but for cleaning it, right?
Correct.
So that Friday, you did remove the seats from the Cayenne, right?
Correct.
You had indicated, I think, that it was difficult to move the seats because the battery was dead. So you first had to go and get a car charger to put enough battery power back in the Porsche Cayenne so you could move the seat back, right?
Correct.
Because the seats were all forward and you couldn't even reach the bolts to take them out, right?
Correct.
You were in the Jeep Cherokee at that point, correct?
Correct.
So when I asked you before about when you went down to New Canaan, you always drove the Raptor. This day you took the Cherokee, correct?
Just object, Judge, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Well, again, this is what the court had discussed earlier. Right now, the court just hears a reiteration of the direct.
Yeah, and the judge is getting upset because he was already warned once not to do this. And I was wondering how long the judge was going to let it go. Not very long.
But the reiteration of the direct,
I also forgot we got the two. I got two super chats here. Unhung Hero for $2 says, "Oh, I'm gonna come." Well, don't come. Didn't get a notification. I am sorry about that. And then Unhung Hero for $2 again says, "Death by 1,000 stupid questions." Yes, repetitive questions on top of that. Thank you, Unhung.
is not cross-examination. The court is giving counsel some leeway, but after a certain number of reiterations, there has to be a question that's going to be relevant to the defense, not simply reiteration of direct. The court will allow it a little longer.
That day you had taken the Jeep Cherokee to New Canaan, correct?
That Friday, when I was replacing the seats. Yes,
That day. You had it all day, the Jeep, right?
yes,
Okay. You had those Cayenne seats in the back of the Jeep at the moment you were on Fort Jefferson Crossing when the police were there, right?
correct.
So you changed the seats in your Tacoma after you had had the encounter with the police, isn't that right?
Correct.
Over the weekend?
I believe that was the same Friday.
That night after you got home?
Correct.
You did it in your driveway in Simsbury?
In my garage in Simsbury, yes.
In your garage, so you had the Tacoma in the garage?
Yes.
And you had the Jeep parked in the driveway behind the garage or in front of the garage?
Or on the street, yes.
Okay. When you changed the seats, who was home at your house at that time?
I believe my wife and my kids.
Your mother doesn't live with you in Simsbury, does she?
No.
Or brothers and sisters of you?
No.
Were you made aware that one of your hairs or some DNA from one of your hairs was found on a sponge in a garbage bag found on Albany Avenue? Were you told that?
No.
At any time?
No.
Nobody even asked you about that?
I believe the prosecutors asked me if I had any, if I remember correctly, green and yellow sponges in my truck.
Did you?
No.
By the way, I showed you pictures of the extraction, the Craigslist search of Troconis. We saw them earlier today, right?
Correct.
That Sunday after the disappearance, you were also searching for flights to Krakow, Poland, weren't you?
Correct.
By the way, you were questioned about how it was that your searches were all deleted off of your phone. Remember being asked that?
Correct.
At the time, you had no explanation for that, correct?
Well, I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Well, the witness can respond in any way in which the witness chooses to respond. So the question is, you had no explanation for the deletions. And what's the objection?
So my objection is that it's a vague question. What is counsel referring to? Is he referring to the testimony? Is he referring to the
Well,
police
this is what the
interview?
witness can ask.
Can you
So if the witness does not understand the question, the witness can say he doesn't understand the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you understand my question, or do you need me to
Can you-
rephrase it?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. The police told you that when they took your phone, they analyzed your phone, on Sunday, May 26th, your searches had been deleted for a period of time. Do you remember them asking you that?
Yes.
And you told them you have no idea how that happened, correct?
Correct.
And the whole time that you were doing searches for new used Toyotas and flights, you still did not believe that Fotis Dulos had anything to do with it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't even think he was the kind of guy who would do that. Isn't that right?
Correct. Correct.
So before you gave a written statement, the police gave you a choice, didn't they?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This
That's
is a very,
vague.
All
very
right.
vague question.
I'll rephrase. The police basically told you to, quote, pick a team, unquote, didn't they?
During that interview.
They said either that you were oblivious and didn't know what was going on, or you could help them prosecute Dulos, correct?
They were asking me to, sure, tell them what I know.
And isn't that when they also said, we'd hate to see this screw up your citizenship effort?
Possible.
You were asked questions yesterday about conversations with Mr. Zeisler. Do you remember those questions about whether a light could be a camera or an installation of things that looked like lights but were actually cameras, something along those lines? Do you remember that questions?
Correct.
Do you remember that the police asked you whether, you brought that up to the police, didn't you?
Correct.
And that was after they said, look, is there anything in hindsight that seemed normal at the time, but maybe in hindsight looks suspicious? And that's when you mentioned the questions about it at that point, right? About Mr. Zeisler and the conversation about the cameras, right?
Yes, I believe I spoke to one of the investigators prior to my interview about that.
But it came up where they were asking you to look back and see, was there anything else that didn't seem suspicious at the time that maybe now does? Do you remember that's where you thought back and you said, that seems suspicious now, right?
Correct.
Now, you also brought up, without even a question, that you had taken off the license plate for the Raptor. Do you remember telling the police that on July 12th?
Yes.
You said that you removed the bolts from the Raptor's, from the license plate, from the bumper.
Judge, I'm just going to object to the form of the question.
Oh, the court understood the question to be, did you tell the police you took the, or at least a marker plate off of the Raptor? That's how the court understood the question. Is that the question?
Yes.
And what is the objection?
My objection is to the form of the question, Judge. He keeps referring back to the previous statement. He needs to pose questions to the witness. Did you do this? Did you do that? As opposed to referencing a previous statement which is not being used for impeachment purposes. So my objection is technical in nature, but I think these questions are all improper.
Well, the question is, did you tell the police you took the marker plate off of the Raptor? Whenever that occurred is apparently not germane to the question. That can be followed up.
I'll rephrase the question. You did remove the Raptor license plate prior to being interviewed by the police, correct?
Correct.
And then you told them about it.
Correct.
I just have a few more questions, sir. You had mentioned on direct exam that you recall that Mr. Dulos had this antique bicycle, correct?
Correct.
It was a road bike with the skinny tires, right?
Like a racing bike, yes.
Yeah, so a racing bike with the, what they call ram's horn type, so you could lean forward and go pretty fast, right?
Correct.
But it was kind of in bad shape, wasn't it?
I wouldn't say it was bad shape. It was in good shape. It was old bicycle.
It's a very old bicycle, right? In fact, hadn't you had to even fix it at one point? He asked you to repair the tires or something?
Correct.
You said that you thought it was, at the time, didn't you say that it was just some kind of European model?
Dulos told me that that was a French bicycle.
Okay. But that's all you knew about it at the time.
Yes.
And just have a moment. By the way, you were showing a picture of the garage at 4 Jefferson Crossing, I think either this morning, right?
Correct.
There were a lot of bicycles in that garage, weren't there?
Correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
He's like, I'm gonna need a big swig of water now.
Mr. Committee, you were asked on cross-examination about your dirt bike. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Who did that dirt bike belong to when you purchased it?
Michelle Troconis.
And can you just explain to the jury the arrangements that you made to purchase the dirt bike?
I believe Fotis Dulos either texted me or called me that he was purchasing Yamaha dirt bike, a smaller dirt bike for Michelle. And he told me that they're giving him like $1,800 for trade-in. And he told me, I'd rather sell it to you for $1,800 so you can ride with us than just leave it at the dealership. And he asked me if I was interested to purchase it from him. And I told him if I can negotiate with him a little bit, and I believe I negotiated to like $1,500. And I paid him the money. And I spoke with Michelle, and she had a, I believe, loan on the bike in Florida, so she didn't have a physical title of it. And at some point later on, I asked her if she paid off the loan and can I have the title? And Michelle, I can't remember if that was either text or in person, told me that that she has the bike was paid off, she has the title, but it's electronically.
And you paid Mr. Dulos, is that correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Schoenhorn brought up on cross-examination, you had to meet him and give the dirt bike back. Is that correct?
I received a call from Farmington Police, and I forwarded that phone call to Mr. Urso.
Right, because the defendant was claiming that she never sold you the bike, correct?
Correct.
I want to just play a clip from the defendant's interview, if I could. This is interview 1.
Well, I'm going to object to this being played to this witness. If this witness hasn't seen it, then it's not proper to be shown to this witness.
That's interesting, Judge, because earlier today, Mr. Schoenhorn showed an exhibit to this witness that he hadn't seen. This is a full exhibit. I'd like to publish it to the jury.
Well,
It's not a
what-
question.
Well, the court understands the offer to be of a segment of an interview, correct?
That's correct, sir.
So, of course, now the code is written before the development of the technology that we have today. So,
If I may proffer, Your Honor?
well, according to the code, you have to disclose to the witness what the inconsistent statement was,
So,
if
Judge,
there is an inconsistent statement.
yes, sir. This is the defendant's statement, which has already been admitted into evidence. My issue, Your Honor, that I'm taking is the suggestion on cross-examination. I believe the specific question was posed to Mr. Gumini. That was never your bike, suggesting that Michelle Troconis hadn't sold it to him. I'd like to play a clip that's already been admitted into evidence, and then I'd like to ask some questions about it.
So this is an interview with the defendant.
That's correct, sir.
Your Honor, I was not permitted, the state objected to showing even a clip from Mr. Gumieni's interview with the police. So there isn't a question. He would have to lay a foundation that this witness was aware of that, because otherwise, what's he going to do? Have this witness characterize what someone else said, which would clearly be improper.
Judge, that's apples and oranges. Number one, the clip that Mr. Schoenhorn wanted to play wasn't in evidence. This is. That's point number one. Point number two, I didn't actually object to the clip being played. What I said was I'd like the opportunity to inspect it. And then he looked for it and looked for it and looked for it and then said he was going to move on. So he misstates the record.
Well, the court is going to, because the testimony is essentially controverted, that it was brought out on cross, that as the court understood the testimony or the cross, that the bike was really never sold, no title tax.
Well, I never said that it wasn't sold. I said that it wasn't paid for and the title wasn't transferred. I never said that it wasn't sold. That's a misstatement of the record.
He said it was never really your bike, I believe, and I'd like to play a clip.
Well, the court is going to overrule the objection.
And just for the record, this is the defendant's first interview. We get our sound working. Beginning at 15:34:07.
But it was coming in his motor. He left his motorcycle.
Okay.
Well, it's fine because that motor used to be mine and I sold it to him a year ago.
You want back? I'm just kidding.
No.
All right.
That's one.
Okay, that's fair.
And then
So the defendant sold you that bike, correct?
Correct.
And then she claimed to the police later that she had.
Objection, leading, and misstates the record.
Well, first, would this witness know what she claimed to the police? So the court would understand the objection to be foundation. How would he know what she claimed to the police?
May I have this marked for identification, Judge?
Well, you can respond to the objection.
I have a voicemail here from the Farmington Police Department that was left from Mr. Dumini, which I just got last night. I wasn't expecting to have to use it, but I guess we're going to.
Well, first, wouldn't it be easier to just ask him about the voicemail?
I don't know whose voicemail is it.
Well, I just gave
Well,
Mr. Schoenhorn a copy, so if he wants a break to listen to it, that's fine, but
You wish to have a brief break, counsel, to hear the voicemail?
My God, this is starting to fall apart. These
Your
guys
Honor,
are
I'd
getting
like
each
to
other's
listen
asses.
to this voicemail. I don't know what it entails and whose voice it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 5-minute recess. Please do not.
All right, these guys are getting at each other. This is getting it's getting hot. They're just going at it like rrr. So let's hear this impeachment evidence. Or rebuttal evidence here.
mark a voicemail. Attorney Schoenhorn was given an opportunity to listen to that voicemail over the break. And I want to just explain the nature of the offer here, Your Honor. This is a voicemail from a person that identifies himself as Officer Ruggiero of the Farmington Police Department, indicating that Mr. Gumini is in possession of a dirt bike that belongs to Michelle Troconis and that she wants it back. And so the purpose of this offer, Judge, is to put into context fully what happened here, because I think that the cross-examination left the false impression that Mr. Gumini was somehow in possession of this dirt bike illegally, somehow that he was lying about having purchased it from Michelle. And so, and Mr. Schoenhorn completely skipped over the fact that the defendant actually had called the police and basically strong-armed him into giving the dirt bike back. So it's offered to basically rebut the suggestions that were left for the jury on cross-examination at this point.
There are still rules of evidence. This is a hearsay statement, first of all, by someone representing to be a police officer, making hearsay statements. It's not authenticated. And even if it was, the idea that hearsay can be put in to rebut an assumption, the testimony, if the court wants to go back and look at it, is that my client was never paid. She didn't say she didn't sell it. She was not paid. And if the only way to rebut this, prove it, put on a receipt or proof that a payment was made. But to suggest that a police officer's voicemail that apparently calling Mr. Guglielmi, asking that he return the motorcycle, doesn't come. There's no exception for wanting to fill in the details. There was cross-examination. There were admissions made. There's proper ways to do this. You can ask the witness why he gave it back if there's no other reason. But to suggest that hearsay can replace that there's no rule of evidence that would permit that.
Well, here's the court's view.
And it's collateral.
Here's the court's view. A sale involves, and this takes all of us back to year one in law school, offer, acceptance, and consideration.
Contract law.
If the claim is, as counsel states,
Holy shit, this is funny.
that is, Michelle Troconis sold it, that means there's been an offer, acceptance, and consideration. But then to state that she was not paid, then that would not be a sale. There's no consideration. So what the court hears is basically a hearsay within hearsay offer. So the court has to determine whether each
Level of hearsay is valid.
component of that offer would be admissible. So the first component is really the officer saying, Michelle Troconis told us that she wants the bike back. The statement is being offered against the party is the party's own statement. That's an exception. The second hearsay component is what the officer says. The officer says Michelle Troconis wants the bike back. So if the claim is then, well, the officer's statement is hearsay, under what exception does that fall? Or is it not hearsay?
Effect
Is it
on the
offered
hearer.
for the truth?
Residence suppression.
It's offered for what he's told.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, guys. When you have hearsay within hearsay, like think of it like as one of those like pyramids. The officer is saying, and you have to think of it like an inverted pyramid, okay? The bottom is the officer saying, Michelle wants her bike back, okay? Hearsay block. On top of that bigger block is you said that the officer told you that she wants the bike back. Okay, well, it's being used against Michelle, so it's allowed. But the underlying hearsay has to be valid as well. And there has to be each level of hearsay has to have an exception. If you don't have it, the inverted pyramid collapses. So
it's not offered for the truth. So the court is going to allow it.
The court hasn't heard it. There's more to it than what was just represented.
Well, the court thought it was just that statement that was being offered. Michelle Troconis says she wants the bike back. That's what the court thought the offer was.
That is, and then he says that he would prefer that this be handled civilly, and can you give me a call? I mean, that's the
the witness's statement.
No, that's what's on the voicemail.
So the whole statement is what?
The entire voicemail is approximately a minute long, Your Honor. I can play it for the court if you'd like.
he's gonna have to hear it to make the ruling.
Yes.
He is very fucking frustrated he's got to do this.
So this is a voicemail, not a recording of the conversation
That's correct.
between the officer and Mr. Gumieni.
It's, if I may, I'm the one making the offer. It is a voicemail left by the Farmington police officer Ruggiero for Mr. Gumieni.
From the police though, not from Mr. Gumieni's system.
The court understands.
This is Officer Ruggiero from Farmington Police. I'm calling in regards to a motorcycle that you're in possession of that belongs to Michelle Troconis. Basically, she just wants it back. Just trying to make arrangements so we can do the civil.
This is weird. He's doing this in open court, but I think he's to the point of this is fucking stupid. It doesn't matter.
If you can give me a call back, I'd appreciate it. 860-675-2400, 860-675-2400. Once again, Officer Ruggiero, Farmington Police Department. Thank you.
Well, again, based on what the court just heard, the court has not changed its analysis. It's a hearsay statement within a hearsay statement. Both of those statements can land on an exception and the court will allow it.
May I just have it marked, Judge?
Yes.
This is 128 for ID. I move it in. Well, I'll move it in front of the jury.
You can bring the jury in.
Oh, the jury was gone. Okay. Thank God.
The counsel stipulate.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Gumieni, before we took the recess, you had indicated that the Farmington police had contacted you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they contacted you because the defendant was claiming you had never bought the dirt bike, correct?
Objection. First of all, mischaracterization and leading.
Well, overruled.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, I formally move Exhibit 128 in. May I publish?
Well, the court has already indicated that it would be allowed.
Yes, Judge.
128.
He still has
admitted
to-
as full.
You have to still allow it though, Judge. Like, don't act like you don't have to fucking do your job there.
To police. I'm calling in regards to a motorcycle that you're in possession of that belongs to Michelle Troconis. Basically, she just wants it back. Just trying to make arrangements so we can do this civilly. If you can give me a call back, I'd appreciate it. 860-675-2400, 860-675-2400. Once again, Officer Ruggiero, Farmington Police Department. Thank you.
Mr. Gumieni, did you receive that voicemail?
Yes.
You were not asked about the Farmington Police Department on cross-examination, were you?
No.
And you did in fact purchase this dirt bike, correct?
Objection leading.
Well, the form of the question is leading, but it's working no surprise on the defense because that is the subject of this whole inquiry, so overruled.
Do you remember the question?
No.
Neither do I. You did in fact purchase this dirt bike, correct?
Correct.
But after the police were called, what did you do?
I forwarded the voicemail to my attorney.
And at some point, did you return the dirt bike?
Yes,
And that's when you met up with Mr. Schoenhorn, correct?
correct.
You were asked on cross-examination about the defendant taking the keys out of your Tacoma. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
I want to, you were asked whether or not you thought perhaps the defendant had taken the key because it was left in, I don't remember the exact question, but basically because it was left out in the open or something to that effect.
yes.
I want to direct your attention now to that conversation that you had with Mr. Dulos and the defendant on Tuesday, May 28th. The topic of the keys came up, didn't it?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury how it came up and what Mr. Dulos said to you?
So Mr. Dulos was asking me, how did I come back from New Canaan, how we met at 80 Mountain Spring Road, and I told him that we drove back to Fort Jefferson to leave one of the vehicles, and we came back to basically so I could get my Tacoma back, and then and we had to. The Mr. Dulos has to call.
As of right now, the only evidence we still have is Michelle being with Fotis, dumping everything, and then his statements that Michelle said we should go murder Michelle and bury her in the yard. But those aren't good. Those don't look very good. And then that day of the murder on the 24th, they were all driving the cars around together in a little convoy, which that looks very sus. So it's very circumstantial, and it's not like those things don't look good for her. Also, it appears that the video show her timeline is fucking jank.
Honest to get the key because there was no key in my door. And then Dulos said that not to mention
Hi,
that,
everybody.
to
Come over from
keep
Baker.
Michelle out of it.
Did you find that strange? If she was
Me
just trying
raid's
to be
better than a
helpful?
you raid.
I'm going to object to the characterization.
I'll withdraw the question. Incidentally, you were asked on cross-examination about researching flights to Poland. You're from Poland, correct?
Correct.
And who were you researching flights for?
For my kids and my wife.
When were you hoping they would go to Poland?
Me?
Well, when were you researching flights for them? Was it for summertime?
Yes, for summertime.
And had they gone to Poland before?
Yes.
Did you ever get on a flight to Poland in May of 2019?
No.
You showed up at work on Tuesday, the 28th, correct?
Correct.
You were asked on cross-examination whether or not you thought the defendant was joking when she said that Jennifer, that bitch should be buried next to the dog, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't call that a joke, would you?
I would not.
You were asked on cross-examination about your Tacoma malfunctioning when it would start. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Just to be very clear for the jury, your Tacoma did not always malfunction when you had started, correct?
Correct.
In fact, it would only happen about once a month.
In case you guys didn't hear me, I did want to say welcome to everybody. Welcome, Baker. And yeah, like he said, it's a me raid, which a me raid is better than a you raid. But yes, hello again. Hope you guys are doing well.
Judge, this is all leading. And
Also, I hope I'm glad to see you're back because I know you went out to take your dog out and Seemed like you were like walking across Denmark. So glad you made it back, Baker.
And it's not what the witness said.
Well, the form of the questions are leading.
How often would it happen?
About once a month.
You were asked on cross-examination about returning from 80 Mountain Spring Road with Mr. Dulos and running into Stefan Reich at 4 Jefferson Crossing. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And he indicated to you that he was there for dinner, I believe, he testified to on cross-examination.
correct.
Were you invited for dinner?
I believe somebody asked me if I want to stay, and I refused.
And when was the last time you saw Mr. Dulos in person?
The last time I spoke with him in person was Friday, week after Jennifer's disappearance.
That's May 31st?
Correct.
I wanted to just display a defense exhibit if I could. Perhaps Mr. Schoenhorn can refresh my memory. What exhibit is this with the extraction?
Is it Z or double? Just- If I may just
Yes.
approach the clerk. It's Y.
Yankee. All right. This is defense exhibit Y. And I'm just going to ask Mr. Gamini, can you see that picture?
Yes,
You were asked on cross-examination about this photograph. Do you recall those questions?
no,
Do you recall being asked about the oil can that you had brought with you?
yes,
Okay. And can you just remind the jury why you brought the oil?
because the truck was leaking oil.
Was that your only vehicle at the time?
Was
Besides your wife's vehicle, was that your only personal vehicle at the time?
Yes,
And did you need it back?
yes.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about the Chinese restaurant. Do you recall that?
Yes,
So I just want to be clear for the jury. Do you have a specific recollection as to what day you went to the Chinese restaurant?
no,
But you're indicating it could have been May 24th?
yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about whether or not you had been in the market for a new Tacoma. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
How long had you been looking to possibly sell your Tacoma?
About a year.
And when did you tell Mr. Dulos that you were thinking about selling your Tacoma?
About that time.
And If I recall your testimony correctly, you've been working at 61 Sturbridge for approximately 1 year, is that correct?
Correct.
So you've been leaving your Tacoma at 4 Jefferson Crossing for approximately 1 year and using work vehicles to get to New Canaan, correct?
Prior to 61 Sturbridge, I was working on 175. There was a project in Darien. When I was working on that project, I was driving company vehicles too.
But to be clear, and then I'll ask another question. You told Mr. Dulos about a year prior to May 24th, 2019, that you were thinking about selling your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then for that entire year that went by, did he ever wash your car?
He did not.
And then for that entire year that went by, did he ever detail your car?
He did not.
But the week after Jennifer Dulos disappeared, he washed it
Yes.
and he detailed it?
Yes.
Just going back to the defendant taking your keys for a moment, you did not know that she was going to take your keys, correct?
I did not.
And what did the defendant tell you she was going to do? Strike that. When you were about to leave 80 Mountain Road, the defendant told you where she was going to go, correct?
I remember she said something about rugs or carpets, that she's going to meet with somebody or.
And the conversation in which she said this, you had asked Mr. Dulos to give you a ride back to 80 Mountain to get your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant ever call you and tell you she had your keys?
No.
She had your phone number though, didn't she?
Yes.
If I could just have a moment, Judge. You were asked on cross-examination about removing the Raptor plate. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
I don't think you were asked the reason why you removed the Raptor plate. Would you tell the jury?
Mr. Dulos bumped into something with his Raptor and he asked me to straighten up the bumper.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And then did you put the plate back on?
Yes.
If I could just have another moment, Judge.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Gumieni, the Tacoma keys were sticking out of the door of your vehicle as you were about to leave, correct?
Of the passenger side of my door, yes.
You saw it though, right?
Can you?
You saw the keys sticking out of the door, right?
Yes.
There was nothing that would have prevented you from just taking them with you, was there?
I was looking on it and I figured I'll be back here in 5-10 minutes, so I didn't bother taking it out.
My question is, there was nothing that prevented you from taking them right then and there, right?
Right.
And you told the police that you thought that Michelle took the keys so they wouldn't be just dangling from a car when no one else was there, right?
Right.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the motorcycle. You said that you paid Mr. Dulos money for Michelle's motorcycle, correct?
Correct.
But you knew a title was in her name, right?
Right.
You don't have any receipt or document that proves that you paid anything for that motorcycle, do you?
There might be some text messages between me, Fotis Dulos, and me and Michelle.
What do you mean there might be? Have you produced them?
No,
Did the state give you copies of what they found on your phone?
no,
And there was no reference that they gave you that, aha, we have a copy of a receipt, did they?
no.
No further questions.
Sorry, the defendant said she sold you the motorcycle, right?
Yes.
Thanks. Nothing further.
That's even funnier. Just boop.
Benjamin, you may step down.
Wow, he got reamed out hard.
That concludes our presentation for today, Judge.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your attention today. Shall we begin tomorrow at 10 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
If we begin tomorrow at 10 o'clock, please do not discuss the case or follow media reports about the case. Have a good evening.
All right, so yeah, that didn't go as well as we thought it was going to be there. No one really missed anything here. Yeah, there wasn't this wasn't as good as ended up I thought it was going to be. I'm a little disappointed with Sherhorn. He just lets shit sit. I mean, he should have ended when he had the chance. I mean, this cross could have been like an hour and a half shorter, and I think he would have been better. So, yeah, there's big stuff you can hammer on some of the lies, hammer on some of his motivations. That, wow, you got citizenship, and the cops talked about your citizenship issues, and then moved on from there. Guys, so we're going to start, and we're going to do the next part of it right now. We're going to do day 20. So we're going to do today's morning, and then we'll be kind of partway caught up, and then we'll have to work on this. Apparently, there's no court tomorrow, and there's no court Monday. They have some sort of state holiday in Connecticut, which, I don't know, Connecticut Day or something. I don't know what they do. But we'll get caught up pretty quick here. But we'll start the morning and get it going, get it done, and be ready for tonight to hang out and talk for the live show. And if you guys are new or you haven't been here before, we do have the live show. The live show is at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, Eastern time, God's time zone. And we got a lot to talk about tonight. I mean, we're going to be talking about a couple of different things. Jennifer Crumbley's verdict. There's actually new updates in the Richard Allen case filed today. Trump's Supreme Court case about the Colorado Supreme Court ruling, which, oh boy, the people from Colorado took a shellacking in court. Hawaii and California both. Well, Hawaii made a really moronic decision about the Second Amendment. They cited the spirit of aloha as part of their reasoning. The Baltimore DA, former DA of Baltimore, was convicted of mortgage fraud. A person out of Kentucky gets probation for sexually assaulting a child, and it's there's a little bit more to it than that. And then finally, we also have Russell Greer versus Kiwi Farms, and some actual happenings finally in that case, and we're going to start covering that as they show up. So that'll be all at 9:30 tonight. Plus, if there's anything else you guys want to talk about, we will try to find some room for it. So I will, we'll get this next set started though. Let's see if you guys have any questions real quick before we get too far. You saw a Kentucky story in your local news, yeah. Hold on here. It's Lincoln's birthday. Oh, that's a state holiday in Connecticut. Oh, hold on. Is that President's Day? Yeah, President's Day is the 19th. birthday. Oh wait, it's observed in Connecticut, Kentucky, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio. We recognize like his birthday? I'm pretty sure I've got like a hearing on Monday. So like, how does that work? How does that work? But whatever. Apparently Connecticut, no court. So they're not doing court. Thank you, Alpha Fox. Keep me on top of that. Yeah, the avatar is wild. It's a good avatar though. Very lifelike. Are you gonna Vince McMahon us onto yourself? No, we're just gonna keep this one going. I'm just gonna edit it so it's day 19 and day 20. Otto says stay home from school. Don't go to school. Don't go to school Monday. Yeah. You guys are cool. Don't come to school Monday. So all right, so Rhode Island still had VJ Day. Wow. Interesting. All right, so here we go. Okay. Let's get the new day. Day 20 in the morning. Ooh, 3 hours and 4 minutes. Wow, they run this one hard. Here we go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The court is going to advise you of what the schedule will be for the next couple of days.
We get the
Tomorrow,
schedule.
we will not
We get the schedule now. Okay.
be in session. Monday is a state holiday. We will not be in session. So Friday and Monday, you will not be in session. And we will resume on Tuesday. The state continues with its case this morning.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Mark News to the stand. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Mark, M-A-R-K, Newth, N-E-W-T-H.
Mr. Newth, you may be seated.
Thank you.
You may inquire to any matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Wow,
Good.
he's eating the microphone.
By whom are you employed?
I'm employed at the State of Connecticut Forensic Science Laboratory
Oh my
in Meriden, Connecticut.
Dude, come on. How are you that bad on the mic? I don't get it.
Are you in a particular division or department of the forensic lab?
For the last 12 years, I have been in the Computer Crimes and Electronic Evidence Lab.
What kinds of things does the Computer Crimes and Evidence Lab do?
We examine data from electronic devices, primarily cell phones, computers, laptops, tablets, things like that.
Can you please describe to the jury some of your educational background and training and experience that qualifies you to do that?
Yeah, sure. I started forensic science training or digital evidence training in 2012. And I did things like certification in NCASE, which is one of the primary forensic tools, certification in FTK forensic toolkit. I did advanced Windows forensics, advanced Macintosh forensics. In 2015, I got certifications in all the cell phone forensics, Celebrate, certified forensic examiner. And then as pertaining to this case in 2017, I went to an extensive school regarding the Burla Ivy Vehicle Forensics, and I was certified as a vehicle forensics examiner in 2017, I think that was.
If you can just explain a little bit about what vehicle forensics is.
Well, vehicle forensics is similar to cell phone forensics. Most vehicles that are manufactured today have a lot of computers in them, but they have a particular computer that's identified as the infotainment system. And people are able to synchronize their cell phones with the infotainment system. And also they use it for GPS coordinates when you're traveling. And these vehicles can record valuable GPS data as your vehicle's in motion. And they also download data from your cell phones and store that as well. So in terms of law enforcement investigations, there can be valuable evidence on these infotainment systems. So software has been created to download and retrieve this evidence and examine it primarily for law enforcement applications.
What is some of the software?
Well, the primary tool is from a company called Burla, and the software is called Ivy, IVE. And that's been around for a while, and it's the industry standard really for vehicle forensics now. And we use the Burla Ivy system to extract vehicle data and then interpret it and analyze it.
And have you been trained in the Burla system?
Yes, I have.
Now, if you could walk through exactly how that extraction process works.
Well, yeah, sure. Every vehicle system is different. It depends on the manufacturer, and some manufacturers utilize multiple systems, so it depends what system is in the vehicle. There are systems where we can just go to the vehicle with a jump drive and plug the jump drive into the vehicle, and we can download the data right from the vehicle. But that's fairly rare. Most vehicles, what we have to do is we actually have to go in and physically remove the infotainment system from the car. Then we usually give it to the law enforcement agency that pulled the warrant, and they submit it to the forensic lab for analysis and examination. Then when I get the infotainment system at the lab, usually there's two methods primarily for the data extraction. One, the system could contain a hard drive, and that's usually the easiest way. I can remove the hard drive from the system, attach it through right blocking to my forensic computer, and I can do the extraction using the Ivy software. Other systems don't have a hard drive. They have a memory chip physically attached to a motherboard within the system. So what we need to do is remove the motherboard and attach what we call a DIB board to the motherboard, and then some wires to the DIB board so that we can make a connection between the computer and the infotainment module. And then using the software, we can then do the data extraction.
With respect to the data extraction, how and what types of data are you able to get from an infotainment center?
Well, there's primarily two types of data, two categories. There's cell phone related data, or what we call connected devices. Any type of physical electronic device that connected to that system, usually either through a Bluetooth connection, which is a wireless connection, or through a USB connection with a physical USB wire. The second type of data is the GPS data. The main difference is GPS data is generated by the vehicle system itself as the vehicle is traveling. The cell phone data generally comes from the cell phones. Whenever you synchronize the cell phone to the system, it downloads the data from the cell phones. And that is so that the vehicle user, has their contacts and their phone call history available to them in the system if they want to make a call. And most people I've seen that because they have these types of systems in their car and they've used them to make phone calls. So those are the two types of data: cell phone data, which generally comes from the phone, and GPS data, which comes from the car system itself.
With the cell phone data, is the infotainment center able to reach in and I guess the question is get as much data, or what information can they get from the phone?
It's usually phone call related data. Like, it's not going to go into your Facebook app or your social media or any stuff like that. It only retrieves phone call data. So most systems, you get your phone call history. so that you know who your recent phone calls were. You can touch your touch screen and go to recent calls and call back someone who just called you, right? And it also will record your contacts. So any contacts that in your device will get downloaded, so you can do voice call and say, call Aunt Sarah or whatever it might be. So primarily it's phone call data. Some systems do record text message data, but not all systems.
So not all systems. Are all systems different? Does it matter the make, model, and
Oh,
year of the
it
car?
matters a lot. The data set that we get from vehicles can vary depending on what infotainment system is present in that vehicle. Yeah.
Is there is the data recorded and saved?
Yeah, well, every system's different. Some systems save things longer, but for the most part, the systems consider this data, especially the GPS data, they consider this data disposable. It's not, the user doesn't have access. You can't like go into the user interface and recover your data. It's not designed to do that. The data is considered disposable. So after the vehicle's shut off from a trip, most of the data is commonly marked for deletion. Now, even though it's marked for deletion, the data can still be present on the drive and we can retrieve it. It doesn't disappear until it actually gets what we call overwritten or replaced by new data that's being stored. Does that make sense?
You mentioned when the car gets shut off, the data gets deleted. Does that happen every time the car gets shut off?
Well, again, it depends on the systems. Some systems might do that. Other systems might save it longer. Every system, it not only depends on the system, it can also depend on the firmware version that system is running. All these systems run on software, and all these softwares are constantly updated with new software. And the new software can even change how things are done when an update is installed. So it's a question that's hard to answer.
As the data is saved, is it saved in any sort of sequence or time sequence?
Well, the data is, like GPS data is saved immediately as it occurs. Where it's saved onto the drive in terms of what sectors is a kind of random. That's determined by, these devices have what's called a wear leveling algorithm in them for the most part. And I don't mean to be confusing with that. What it simply means is computer hard drives can wear out over time. And computer hard drives are made up of sectors. They have thousands of tiny little sectors like pockets. And the data is broken up and saved a little bit into each sector. And what happens over time is these sectors can wear out or get damaged. And so what all the wear leveling app does is spread out the use of these sectors to try and make them last longer to prolong the life of the device. That's all it does. So where the data is saved is determined by wear leveling usually.
Now, if the data is saved in the different sectors, does that factor into how it is overwritten over time, if I'm using that term correctly?
Yes, because when the device overwrites, it decides on what sectors to utilize for writing the new data, often based on the wear leveling algorithm.
So is it safe to say that when you are able to download information, particularly with respect to GPS tracking, you may not be able to get as much information as, or
right,
completed
depending on the
information?
system. Some systems overwrite more frequently than other systems, but yes, data can be overwritten, and once the data is overwritten, it's lost to us. So sometimes the data set can be patchy with time frames missing from it.
What is the difference between a extraction using the IVE or Burla system that you described and a chip off?
Well, chip off is a different method, and chip off can be done with anything, not just a vehicle. Cell phones, you can do a chip off. What chip off means is simply that you physically remove the chip from the motherboard and you attach it to another device to try and extract the memory from it, extract the data from it. The chip off method, the difference is that the chip off method is destructive. I mean, once you remove that chip from that motherboard, you've basically ruined that device. There's probably no fixing it. So we try to avoid using chip off. If we're able to use the burla, we prefer to use it because the device can then be reinstalled in the vehicle and returned to use.
Did you utilize the burla system in evaluating vehicles owned by Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Dulos in 2019?
Yes, I did.
Did you or somebody from the lab actually remove the infotainment center from the vehicles?
Yes, in this case, myself and one of my colleagues, Jennifer Hernandez Ortiz, went out to I believe the vehicles were at New Canaan PD, if I remember correct. We went to New Canaan PD and physically removed the infotainment systems from the vehicles, turned them over to the police detectives to submit to the lab.
I want to ask you a couple questions about a Ford Raptor owned by Fotis Dulos. Did you remove the infotainment center from the Ford Raptor?
Yes, either myself or my colleague removed it. We were both present. And we removed it and then later examined it.
It was submitted to the lab for request for analysis?
Yes, it was.
Did you utilize the chip off or the burla method?
We utilized the burla method.
And were you able to obtain GPS data off of that burla? I guess, well, let me withdraw that and just ask you, what do you call the end result? Is it a burla report, or is there a name for the report after you are able to download the information?
I call it a data extraction.
Data extraction?
We were able to create a data extraction of that infotainment system from the F-150 Raptor, and we were able to analyze the data from that extraction.
Was there GPS information or data within that data extraction?
Yes, there was some, yeah.
By some, what do you mean by that?
Well, listen, it's amazing the difference you can get from some of these systems. Sometimes I knew a GPS that's so complete, I know everywhere that vehicle was for an entire 24-hour period. And sometimes you get data that's more patchy because the data may be missing because of overwriting or other reasons. So this was a case where we got some GPS data, but we have patches in time that are missing.
With a Ford Raptor, that make and model of the vehicle, are there different types of infotainment centers?
Well, yeah, Ford uses a system that they designed. It's manufactured by another company, but they designed it. It's called the Sync system. And there's 3 generations of Ford Sync system that you can find in Ford vehicles. And they're just simply called Sync Gen 1, Gen 2, and Gen 3.
What is the difference between Gen 1, Gen 2, and Gen 3?
Well, capabilities, data storage. I mean, each generation improved upon the last in terms of the thing's capabilities, its memory storage, and its data storage.
What sync gen or generation, I guess, was, and I'm probably butchering how to say this, but what was the Ford Raptor that you examined?
Yeah, Fotis Dulos had a 2014 Ford Raptor, and it contained a Sync Gen 2 infotainment system.
So let's talk about the Sync Gen 2 infotainment center or system. What were the capabilities that you were able to download from that system?
That system contained, like I said, some GPS data, but it was spotty. Some of it was missing, probably due to overwriting or other factors. And it contained phone call history, connected device, a list of connected devices, and it contained contacts, phone contacts.
Now, as it's stored information, was it stored in real time or UTC time?
On this, it can be, sometimes the devices report in local time, sometimes they report in UTC. Fotis Dulos' vehicle displayed times in UTC.
If you can just explain what UTC is, please.
Yeah, UTC is basically time zone 0 in Greenwich, England. It used to be called Greenwich Mean Time, but it means it's the initial time zone. And you would convert the time zone based to what time zone you're currently in. You would convert the time zone from UTC or Greenwich Mean Time. Like in the summertime here in Connecticut, New York time zone, we would be minus 4 hours from UTC. That's what the time is in basically London, England.
Is that a time frame that is used throughout digital devices?
It's commonly used, yeah.
Did you examine the GPS data that came out of the Ford Raptor in 2019?
Yes, I did.
By the way, can I ask you, the result of this data extraction, how big was it?
Oh, it's huge. It's over 1,000 pages, I'm sure. When we create a PDF report of the entire extraction, it's quite large.
Oh, did you take that information and examine whether or not there were the GPS, I guess, track logs? Is that what they're called?
Yes, there's a couple different ways you can get a GPS point of data. The primary one is called a tracking log. A tracking log is data that the vehicle is recording as it's moving about where it is and how fast.
Holy shit, he does sound like Krang. You guys are fucking brilliant. I don't like this guy now. I really hate him. Oh, God. Okay. The Turtles cartoon show? Do you remember that? Well, you're too old for that show anyway. But you remember the bad guy who sat like in the belly of the one dude? It was like a brain? Then I can't help you, honey. I'll show you. I'll show you. Anyways, it is very much like Krang. So, is it? Also, you guys, really quick. This guy got Nick's shoulder allotment. Guys are rough. Yes, this guy is the foamer in all the foamer videos. So.
Fast it's going and things like that. The other can be called a vehicle event, they call it. Like some vehicles might record when you step on the brakes, when you shift the gear shift, when you open the door. And when it records a vehicle event like that, it will often mark the GPS coordinates of where that occurred.
Did you examine the Ford Raptor for May 23rd and May 24th, 2019 in their the GPS, either track logs or any form of GPS data extraction?
Yes, I did. That was the time frame of interest that investigators gave to us. And so that's the time frame that we concentrated on for the data.
Were you able to get a continuous point of track for all the times that
more like
extracted
30,
data
almost
point
35
showed?
years old.
No,
Mads.
unfortunately not. We got a spotty data set, we call it, meaning that portions of the time frame were missing or not present.
Was that because of the deletion and overwriting that had been occurring?
Well, in this case, it's probably related to two reasons. Number one is overwriting, which is commonly happens. And number two, when I did this data extraction, I got an error message that indicated that there were bad sectors on this drive, meaning that this drive was already starting to wear out a little bit and some of the sectors could not be read. So whatever data was in those sectors that were determined to be bad, that's data that was also lost.
Could a user manually go in and change the location data or GPS coordinates?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you create a report kind of simplifying the GPS data for this case?
Yes, I always do that because looking at the GPS data in a PDF sheet with just a bunch of coordinates is confusing. So usually what I do is I just copy out portions of the map with the GPS dot points on it, and I create a PDF report of that so that it's much simpler for everyone to understand.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Actually.
Ronnie for 1999. Thank you, Ronnie.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sure, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as states 129 for ID.
Okay, Jesus. Okay, fine. We'll talk about Krang. But Ronnie, thank you for the super chat. I very much appreciate it. If you meant to say something, it didn't come through, so I'm sorry about that. But if you say something, obviously, just go ahead and put it back in there. Okay, so you want to know who Krang is? Oh, God. All right. Okay. So, back in the day, early 90s, there was a bad guy. Well, there was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. there was in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the original animated series, okay? Not the gay ones we had today. There were some original turtles, okay? And we're gonna, they were trying to find some good pictures of them. Yeah, here's a good picture. Here's a good picture of them. Actually, that's not going to work. Here is the original Turtles. These are the original Turtles right here. Michelangelo, Raphael, Leonardo, and Donatello. But this is what they used to look like back in the day. All right. This is the OG version. They also had Splinter and April. All those guys. They had Shredder. Then they also had another set of bad guys. They had Krang. Krang was a bad guy. And Krang is, well, let me explain it like this. This is Krang. Where is this? Is actually a good picture. And actually, here, this is a good picture. It's got Shredder and Krang in the same picture. Okay, so this is Shredder and Krang. And these are the two major big bad guys in the show. And actually, it's, so he's got his own kind of powers. He's in command of the Rock Soldiers. I don't know if you guys ever heard that. Okay, we're getting a lot of lore here. But he's got his own little army and his own set of bad guys that he fights with, okay? He also is the bad guy. If you've ever seen it, it's the... hold on, we got to back out of here because I got to find a picture of it. So Shredder has the Foot Clan. Shredder has the Foot Clan. He's got the Rock Soldiers. And Krang is the Technodrome. And you guys are like, it's a 20-year-old show. No, there's a 35-year-old television show. This show's from like 1986 and 7. So what Krang used, he had a massive battle facility known as the Technodrome. And Krang, this was a subterranean vehicle that was massive in scale. It was like a little Death Star underground. And it's the Technodrome. It's got little laser guns. Pachoo, pachoo, pachoo. And that's what Krang used to go around in. So, show us April, too. Okay. So, April O'Neil from back in the day. God, you guys are Sims. You guys are starting MPreg fantasies of her now? I will say the April O'Neil from the TV show or the movie is pretty hot. This is the original. This is the original April O'Neil, along with Raphael acting like a pervert. Oh wait, that doesn't work. That's too small. Where's a good picture of her? Yeah, here you go. Where is it? There you go. And here's April O'Neil from the original, a little updated. Got a bit of a dumpy on her, but yes, April O'Neil, the reporter. She's the Turtles' big friend. So that's who we're talking about, and that's who Krang is. Krang is one of the bad guys they fight. So let's get back to it. I think we got derailed enough.
Take a minute and take a look at that document.
Sure.
What is that document, sir?
This is the PDF report that I created relating to the GPS data from the dates 5/23/19 and 5/24/19 of the F-150 Raptor.
Does it contain all the data points with respect to the GPS data extraction that you were able to pull from the Berlin report?
Yes, it contains all recovered GPS data from those dates.
Are there times missing that are not, it's not a continuous 24 hours, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
But is that because that's the only data that you did receive?
Yes, I mean, all we can report on is the data that we're able to retrieve.
And at the bottom of the PDF, does it also have the data points for that you actually?
Yeah, at the end of this PDF, I actually pasted in all of the data points as they appeared in the Berla Ivy software so that they could be reviewed if anybody needed to see them.
State would offer it at this time, Your Honor.
What's the number, please?
129.
May I go to you?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
It's my understanding that this is a document you created from what was essentially computer data that you downloaded off the vehicle, the Ford Raptor, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
There are maps in this particular exhibit. Did you create those maps?
No, those maps display in the Berla Ivy software, and I just cut and pasted them into the document.
Were there more than the ones that are in what you were just shown for that time frame?
Not for this time frame. I believe I displayed every point of data from this time frame.
From when the time frame would be from May 23rd through May 24th, correct?
Yeah, I can't remember now if they asked me for earlier in the day, May 23rd. I think it might have been the evening of May 23rd through the day of the 24th.
So you're not sure when they asked you to start?
Yeah, I can't remember if I remember them asking me for the evening. I don't remember if there were earlier. No, I don't think there were earlier timeframes, but I would have to double check in terms of the 23rd.
All right, and I just want to ask you, there are some red dots and some green dots that have been entered. Were those in that color as it was downloaded out of the system?
Yes, correct. I didn't change any color.
And just so I'm understanding before this comes in, do these dots represent geographical coordinates?
Yes, they do.
Is there a range for these coordinates?
No, it's pretty specific. There's no range.
When I say range, I mean, for example, if I were to stand with, let's say, a cell phone, it has geolocation as well, right?
Yes, it does.
But sometimes if I'm watching it on like Find My Device, it might move around a bit. That's what I mean by a range. Is there 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet?
Oh, I see. You're asking for the accuracy range?
Yes.
The different types of location data that can be retrieved from cell phones or infotainment systems, there's a couple different types. You can get location data from cell towers. That's usually less accurate. The most accurate type of location data is data that comes from satellite. This data comes from satellite, and they say that it's accurate within, I think, like 16 feet is the analysis.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's enough? You don't want me to?
First,
No,
you
go
have
ahead.
to understand that this is voir dire.
Right, I'm trying to understand the accuracy of this.
Well, that's cross-examination.
I'm just trying to, so the location that's on here, this isn't something you added, correct?
Correct. This is straight from the Ivy software data extraction.
But it's only approximate, the dots are only approximate to the location, correct?
In my experience, it's pretty specific. I mean, it's going to be accurate within a few feet.
When you say if you, do you mean 16 to 20 feet?
Well, 16 is the rule, but I mean, I've done cases where I've put GPS points in specific parking spaces in parking lots, and we've pulled the video from that parking lot, and you can see the car drive into the exact parking space that it parked in. So in my experience, I've done a lot of these extractions. I found this data to be pretty specific, pretty accurate.
Right, but as far as this document is concerned, you're still indicating that you don't know whether it's approximate or specifically pinpoint as far as this document is
Your Honor, I'm
concerned,
objecting at this point.
This is not voir dire.
right? I'm sorry, Your Honor?
This is not voir dire. How accurate are the coordinates is not the subject of voir dire.
Well, I believe the accuracy of the map would be relevant to voir dire. That's my reason for the voir dire.
The accuracy of the map is relevant to cross-examination.
It's relevant to credibility and
Please,
weight.
one moment. Well, with the caveat that I mentioned, I don't have any objection.
What is the exhibit number, please?
129, Your Honor.
States 129, admitted as quote.
Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you have the document in front of you?
Yes,
If I may. Actually, sir, if you can either see the screen in front of you, or actually, would you mind, Your Honor, may I just ask him to stand up by the, sir, would you mind taking a step in behind you and pointing to the screen?
Mhm.
Thank you. Is this the document that you created?
Yes, it is.
Now, the top line, the 5/23/2019, what does that indicate?
Yeah, this is right.
And that's May 23rd, 2019?
Right.
4:52 PM, 5:05, and 5:09 to 5:10 at Fort Jefferson Crossing. Could you just explain that line in connection with the maps below? And I'm going to move it up just a little bit to show the whole page.
You can see that the vehicle's parked here behind this house. And then here you can see that the vehicle moved. The blue line indicates the movement of the vehicle from.
Now, you have a couple times up here, 4:25, 5:05. Which dots are related to the times?
This would be the first one and then the second one.
And 5/24/2019 at 7:55 AM at a house at 27 Spring Lane in Simsbury. Can you please explain what that map shows?
There's a location of the vehicle parked in front of a home, and Google Maps showed that home to be 27 Spring Lane, Simsbury.
And the bottom photograph, please.
Later that morning, we're at 9:53 AM, and the house is, it's now at a house in New Canaan, Connecticut, and that is 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, New Canaan.
Between 7:55 AM at Simsbury and 9:53 AM at Sturbridge Hill Road in New Canaan, do you have any GPS data tracking between those time periods?
No, these two time periods were continuous. The next point of data was 9:53 AM in New Canaan.
And the next page, sir?
Okay, so later that afternoon, you can see we're now at 4:21 PM, and that's local time. The vehicle's traveling on Route 84 through the town of Plainville.
Now, this is all the Ford Raptor, correct?
Yeah, this is the Ford F-150 Raptor.
Okay. Now, between 12:30 PM in Sturbridge Hill Road in New Canaan and 4:21 PM on Interstate 84 in Plainville, did the Berlin system give you any data, GPS tracking points for that time period?
No, those time frames are not present.
And that just means it could have been overwritten or damaged in any way?
Projection readings.
Well, there's already been testimony that overwriting or damaged sectors can contribute to spotty data. Overruled.
And sir, was there damaged sectors found in the Ford Raptor infotainment center that you received?
Yes, there was.
The bottom map, please.
At 4:32 PM, a GPS point is recorded at a gas station on Route 4 in Farmington, Connecticut.
And by the way, this gives you no information about the driver or who was operating the vehicle or?
No, I know nothing about who might be occupying it.
And the next page, sir, if you will.
At 5:03 to 5:05 PM, there's a track log showing the vehicle moving along Eli Road in Farmington, in the area of Talcott Notch Road.
And the bottom map, I'm sorry, I'll move it up.
At 5:38 to 6 PM, the vehicle is back at 4 Jefferson Crossing.
And the next page, sir.
At 7:48 PM, there's one GPS point of data showing the vehicle on Albany Avenue in Hartford, right near the intersection of Adams Street.
Now between, I think it's 6 PM at Fort Jefferson Crossing and 7:48 PM on Albany Avenue, did you have any data sets that were able to be obtained from the Berla system?
No. No,
After-
that data is missing.
You have, if you could read the next one, sir, please.
Yeah, this was one of the longer track logs that was able to be retrieved at 7:48 PM to 7:55 PM. The vehicle drives from Albany Avenue in Hartford, down Albany Avenue to Bishop's Corner in West Hartford. And it enters a plaza there. I believe that's Crown Market and Starbucks Plaza at Bishop's Corner.
And the next one, please.
Can you move it up a little?
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now we're up to 8:08 to 8:10 p.m. There's one data set of a track log driving along Deercliff Road near Farmington, West Hartford. I'm not sure exactly which town that's in. Right near the border, I think.
And the last one, sir, if you could.
Yeah, at 8:14 p.m., the vehicle is shown moving along the side of the house at 4 Jefferson Crossing.
And at the bottom of the page, you could just explain what that is.
These are the data points, the track logs that I used to create this document, as they're copied right out of the Burla software.
Now, sir, they are indicated the word recovered, for instance, the first line, recovered 0035. What does that mean?
Recovered means that it was marked as deleted, but the software was able to recover it because it wasn't overwritten. 035 is the number of that track log that was assigned to it by the software when that track log was created.
And over, if you follow that line all the way over, you have the word adjusted EST. What does that mean?
These timeframes were displayed in UTC again, and they had to be adjusted -4 hours to correct them to Eastern time.
And just the last page, sir.
Again, this is up to the last track log that was used there at number 52.
And was this data part of that 1,000 pages that
Yes.
came out of that report?
Yes, it's in there now.
You can have a seat. Thank you very much. Sir, was there also a time that you reviewed or examined a 2017 Chevy Suburban?
Yes, there was.
When was that?
That was around the same time frame as this. It was in May of 2019.
Did you remove the infotainment center out of that device or that car?
Yes, again, me and my associate went and removed the infotainment system. Yeah.
Did you process that at the lab using the same process, the Burla
Yes,
software?
the exact same process, yeah.
Okay. Were you able to recover any data from the 2017 Chevy Suburban?
Yes, we did get some data.
How much data were you able to obtain?
We obtained quite a bit of connected devices and phone data, but not very much GPS data in that extraction.
Were you able to obtain any GPS data for May 24th, 2019?
No, not from the Chevy Suburban.
With respect to phone data, what were you able to determine? Well, let me just ask it generally. What kind of phone data were you able to get from the 2017 Chevy Suburban?
We were able to get a list of connected devices with a display of local time, dates and times. We were able to retrieve a lot of phone contacts and phone call history.
By phone call history and phone contacts, were you able to reach into that device to determine whose device it was?
We got very limited data to determine whose device is what. We get the cell phone's name. Usually when you set up your cell phone, owners have the option of typing in a name. And we get the unique identifier that Burla uses is the Bluetooth MAC address. So we usually get the Bluetooth MAC address of all the devices.
If you could just explain what a Bluetooth MAC address is.
Oh, sure. Whenever a device connects through Bluetooth, the system needs a way to synchronize the devices. And like computers use IP addresses when you're connecting to the internet, Bluetooth connects through what's called a Bluetooth MAC address. It's a unique number assigned to each Bluetooth device so that they can communicate with each other.
And is that unique name or number? It's a number. Is that associated with the device or is that associated with the infotainment center Bluetooth?
Well, both devices contain Bluetooth. So both the infotainment center and the cell phone will have a Bluetooth MAC address.
Okay. Did you utilize that same IVE report or Burla system that you discussed earlier with the 2017 Chevy Suburban?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If I may, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 130.
Yep.
Your Honor, I don't think there's any objection, but if I may, I would move 130 into evidence if I may inquire.
States 130 admitted as full.
Sir, I'm handing you States 130. If you could just explain what that document is, please.
This is a portion of the data extraction that I performed from the 2017 Chevy Suburban in relation to this case.
You indicated with the Ford Raptor, it was thousands of pages. How much was it with the Chevy Suburban?
It might not have been quite as big, but I'm sure it was still pretty large.
And if you can, sir, what information is obtained from that document?
This document relates specifically to connected or attached devices that attach to the system via Bluetooth.
If I may publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to do the same thing and take a stand next to the TV if you can. And I can ask you some questions about the states 130. All right, sir, if you could just explain a little bit about the writing on the upper left and what we're looking at here.
This is the Ivy report. This is the lab case number for this, and the vehicle description 20 Chevrolet Suburban, 2017 Chevrolet Suburban.
And there's on the, let me zoom in a little bit. Is this a lot of the technical information that came out of the Burla report?
Yes.
And down here, sir, you can. That was way too far. All right, well, before I break down, I'm gonna move on. All right, it's page 2, sir. If I may just ask, since Your Honor. What is? If I may, Your Honor. No. All right. If I may, Your Honor. Thank you. Sir, if you could take a look at page 2, we have attached devices. What does that mean?
Those are the devices that have attached themselves to this infotainment system via Bluetooth.
Now, the first line down at the bottom, I don't know if you could see, it says embedded device. What does that mean?
That's the infotainment system itself. And if you see over here where it says unique number Bluetooth address, that's the Bluetooth MAC address of the infotainment system itself.
And the line under it that reads iPhone, what is that?
This is a device that connected to the system, iPhone connected via Bluetooth. This is the Bluetooth MAC address of that specific iPhone model.
Now, does this iPhone have a name or a contact person associated with it?
It's just called iPhone.
And at what time or day was it paired with the Chevy Suburban Infotainment Center? And I should actually, as I say that, ask you a foundation question of what does it mean to pair something?
Yeah, well, what it means is the two devices make a connection with each other so that they can communicate and exchange data.
Is there a date that the iPhone listed there made that connection and paired with the Bluetooth connected or embedded?
Right here, you can see paired time, Friday, May 24th, 14:56:32, year 2019.
Is that paired or connected time?
That's the paired time, which means they connected to each other.
It connected to each other. Okay, that 14:56:32, 2019, is that UTC time or?
No, that is local time.
So military time, that would be 2:56, is that right?
Correct.
In the afternoon. How is a device able to connect to a vehicle infotainment center if the vehicle is off?
The infotainment system has to be powered on in order for the connection to be made. It can't connect if it's not powered, it doesn't have power.
How close does that phone or device have to be to the vehicle to make that connection?
Yeah, in my experience, the range for these things can be as much as 50 feet.
50 feet of the vehicle?
Yeah, the two devices have to be within 50 feet of each other.
Now, this wasn't a new device. It only connected that day, correct?
Correct.
How do you know that?
These devices generally record the date of the initial or first pairing of the device, and then the last pairing of the device. They're usually the two dates and times that we get. It looks like the pair time, which means the initial pair time, the first time it paired, was Thursday, July 5th of 2018.
And you don't know if this if this phone belonged to Jennifer Dulos? Do you?
I do not.
Do you know if it belonged to any of her children?
I do not.
And do you know if it belonged to Lauren Almeida? Do you even know who that is?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Moving on to page 3, sir. Is there another device that actually was paired with the Chevy Suburban as well?
This is another Bluetooth device, and it shows a connection time Sunday, May 5th of 2019. And this is the unique Bluetooth MAC address for that particular cell phone.
And page 4. Are there other devices as well?
Yes, there's 2 more devices here on this page. You can see Jennifer Dulos iPhone 2. I don't see a connection time on that. There's one called Petros's iPad Bluetooth device.
And the last page, sir.
One called Petros's iPhone, and we have a connection time on that Sunday, November 12th of 2017.
So suffice to say, these phones, you don't know if they were inside the vehicle or within 50 feet of the vehicle at the time that they were connected.
I mean, I can only testify to what the data tells me. The data tells me that a connection was made. It doesn't give me the distance the phone was from the device when connected. That's not something that's recorded.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. If I may just have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you very much, sir.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, sir. Morning.
Morning.
As I understand it, each infotainment system for different models is somewhat different. Is that a fair statement?
For each manufacturer, yeah.
Do Ford Motor Vehicles usually have a different manufacturer of their infotainment system than General Motors, in your experience?
Yes.
So that the data that you might be able to extract from a Ford vehicle may be different in terms of quantity or even quality than what you might get from a Chevrolet model vehicle, correct?
Well, I would say different in terms of quantity. I'm not sure I know what you mean by quality.
Well, in terms of the types of data you might be able to recover.
Yeah, I guess in terms of, if you mean like what could be of value to an investigation, then yeah, absolutely.
In addition to that, as I understand your testimony, some vehicles overwrite their data quicker than other vehicles, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. If the data can be overwritten quickly, there's no way for us to know exactly how long data is going to be on a drive before it's overwritten.
You were asked a couple of questions about why some data might not be recoverable. Remember those questions?
I do, yeah.
And you mentioned corrupted sectors on the
Yes, there
on
were.
the chip, right?
Yes, there were some bad sectors on this chip, if we're talking about the Ford F-150 Raptor. Yeah.
Right. Well, so that we all understand, because I'm trying to understand this. The chip is, we're talking about a computer chip, right?
Yes, a memory chip. It's really similar to like flash memory, the type of memory you would get in like a USB data stick that we're all familiar with.
Yes.
Except instead of being in a removable stick like that, this piece of memory is physically soldered to a motherboard inside the system because it was never intended to be removed.
Do some vehicles allow the owner of the vehicle to turn off certain data for privacy reasons?
I'm not aware of too many. It's hard for me to answer that because you would have to go into if you go into the user interface of the infotainment system, there are options in there that can be changed.
Isn't GP, I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't know you were.
I'm not familiar with what the options are in every make and model of vehicle.
So for example, on your iPhone, you can put a phone in airplane mode, or you can turn off GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Don't some vehicles allow you to do that as well?
They may, I'm not aware of any.
Have you ever looked into it?
No.
And you also indicated that GPS data is spotty, I think is the word you used for the Ford Raptor, correct?
It's spotty in the sense that some timeframes are missing, yes.
Could I have the two exhibits, please? And when you say spotty, you mean there certain data is just missing, correct?
Correct.
You were not able to determine whether it was due to somebody intentionally deleting or turning off the data, or due to just insufficient memory or a glitch. You said it was a corrupted sector, right? You don't know.
Well, in terms of someone intentionally shutting off the GPS, I would expect the entire day to be missing if someone did that. I wouldn't expect to have, random points of data from that day appearing.
Unless somebody intentionally turned it off and then turned it on again, right?
I guess I can't
It's
say.
possible, right?
I'm not sure if it's possible. I don't know. I would have to examine the Ford F-150 Raptor and its interface to see if there's even a setting for that. I'm not sure.
I'm just going to ask you about, well, before I put this on, I asked you a few questions during an earlier set of questions. Remember, I was asking about the map you prepared, right?
I remember.
Yeah.
My memory's going, but it's not that bad yet.
And there's a red dot and a green dot, and then occasionally there looks like a light green dot that's different colors. Are these colors that you added, or was this in the infotainment system when you downloaded it?
Those are in the infotainment system.
And the red dot is where it stopped, the vehicle stopped? What does the red dot mean?
Generally, it means a different way that the data was collected. I had mentioned earlier, if you recall, that data can be collected as part of a vehicle track or as part of a vehicle event. And I believe that generally the red dots represent a vehicle event and the green dots represent from data from a track log.
Or maybe they're both.
Could be the other way around.
Okay.
I might have to check.
All right, so I'm going to ask you, and all of us aren't the greatest when it comes to Elmos here, so I'm just going to turn this on. I hope, unless it just needs. Do we have this?
The cap.
Oh, the cap. Technology. All right. So I know that there's a zoom feature here that I've practiced with, so let me just zoom down a bit here. And I think it's autofocus. It should. All right. So when we're talking about using this as an example, there's the red dot and then the green dot, correct?
Mhm.
That's a yes, right?
Yes, correct.
But you can't tell whether the data was from which source that created this particular image, right?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, but if it were critical for your case, I could go back and review the data and answer that question.
Well, I'm not going to ask you to do that now. So can one tell by just looking at this whether the vehicle moved from the red spot to the green spot or the green spot to the red spot during the time at issue here, which is?
If I recall correctly, it moved from the green spot to the red spot. But again, I would have to go back and review the data to confirm that. I didn't think it would be something that was relevant, so I don't recall it off the top of my head.
You also are aware, you know something about geolocation data, correct?
Yes, I read, being that I testify about it on occasion, I've read a few scientific papers about it.
So you know that there's somewhere between a 10 and a 15% accuracy differentiation for the location, the pinpoint location, right?
From satellites?
Well,
Yes.
he's only wants at 10 or 15%. Court does not know whether he meant percent or feet.
Oh, okay. Well, the pinpoint can be off up to, well, I can't do the math myself, so I'll just say that there is an accuracy rate of 85%, correct?
I'm not familiar with any study that reports that. If you could refer me to it, I would look into it. That sounds high to me.
Well, in any event, you said that the range, even within you're dealing with longitude and latitude, correct?
Correct.
And there's anywhere from, I think you said 16 to maybe 20 feet mobility area for that?
I said 16.
Exactly 16 feet?
I once read a paper that reported accuracy within 16 feet from satellite data.
But 16 feet is a circumference, correct?
Correct.
A circle.
16-foot radius,
Radius, well,
or a 16-foot circumference.
circumference, right. So the reason I ask that is I look at one of these. For example, on page, well, these pages aren't numbered, so I'll just refer you to the fact that at the top it says 5:03 to 5:05, and then it says, do you see that 5:38 to 6 p.m.? Do you see that there?
Mhm.
For the record, I'm going to have to ask you to say yes or no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I see.
Okay. And if we look at this particular image, if this is Jefferson Crossing as it's identified, it shows a red dot here as being the location at the time of 5:38 to 6 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
On that date. If I look at the next page, rather the last page, second last page, you recognize this is still the same structure, the same house on Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes, I believe it is, yes.
Right, and it shows that there's some kind of movement from spot.
Yes, I remember this one because I animated this track log. It went from the green dot to the red dot.
Yeah, but you do know that, are you familiar, did you ever look at a satellite image of this property?
I have not.
Because would this not, if I were to tell you this is all lawn on this side of the house there, is it suggesting that this vehicle drove onto the lawn to the side of the house?
I would say yes,
You would.
probably, yeah.
All right, if it was 16 feet between there and let's say the corner of the house, might it just be that much inaccurate?
You know, I don't believe so. Like I said, in my experience, and I've done a lot of these cases, and I've seen a lot of these GPS dots from this Burl Ivy software substantiated in video surveillance evidence. And in my experience, it's been spot on. You know, if you want to call an expert in here in terms of satellite GPS data and points that could contradict that, I mean, that's up to you. But in my experience, I have no reason to believe the data is ever that inaccurate.
So if this is lawn over here, you're testifying that this truck at 8:14 p.m. drove onto the lawn at the side of the house, correct?
Yes, I am. I believe that probably happened.
Right. While I'm on this page, I wanted to ask you, I'm going to turn this. You were asked questions about what these words mean and the track log data.
Mhm.
And you indicated adjusted means that you adjusted the time from what would be UTC or Greenwich Mean Time, London time, to local time in Farmington, Connecticut, correct?
Correct.
And and what is the EST? Does that mean you estimated it?
No, that means Eastern Standard Time.
So what would that do to your calculation since this was in Eastern Daylight Time?
Oh, yeah, you're right. That it was in Eastern Daylight Time, so EST is a mistake. It should have been EDT.
So you wrote this. This isn't data that came off the machine.
No, that data came off the machine, but when I create the time change, it asks me to name it, and I mistakenly named it EST instead of EDT.
So it's not that the infotainment system has the wrong time. It's that you physically made an incorrect calculation is what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying the calculation's incorrect. I'm
Entry.
saying that the S is a typo. It should be a D.
Oh, okay. Could you also, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about the one of the other pages here, if I may, and I'm going to go to page. Two. And you can see this from where you're seated, right? You don't need to look at the screen behind you, correct?
That's correct. I can see it on the monitor.
So you indicated that this report on page 2 indicated that at May 24th, 2019, at 7:55 a.m., this vehicle was that the Ford Raptor was at a house located at 27 Spring Lane, Simsbury, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, I just want to be clear, the report didn't mention that 27 Spring Lane is a house. This is something you wrote, right?
Yes, I wrote that. That's correct.
Okay. And then the next one right below it, you see, it says 9:53 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. It's at a house at 61 Sturbridge Hill Road. See that?
Yes.
So was there any data between 7:55 a.m. and 9:53 a.m. that you were able to recover?
No, I was not able to recover any data within that time frame.
And when you say from 9:53 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., was the data constant? That means every 5 minutes or every minute you were able to.
No, I believe there were, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, but
I believe there were 3 points of data in that time frame that had the vehicle in the same location.
can you tell me what those times data were?
Yes.
Or data times, excuse me.
They would be at the end of this document.
Okay,
Let's see, that started at what time? 9:50
9:53 a.m.
on 5/24.
Yes. Just tell me what page it's on so I can follow along.
I'm on the second to last page,
Second to last page.
and I'm looking at the track log data at the bottom. And you can see that recovered item number 39 is the first one, and it shows a time range of 9:53 to 9:54. The second one is number 40, shows 12:21 to 12:22. And the third one is shows a time frame of 12:30, 26 seconds to 12:30, 44 seconds. And those are the only 3 points of data from that Sturbridge Hill Road in New Canaan. Can you see that?
Yeah, I think that I was maybe on the wrong page when you did that. So let me just see if I understand you're referring to, are you referring to the left column or the right column for that, or both?
If you
If you would show the jury, please.
So the first one is recovered number 39, 5/24/19, 9:53 to 9:54. That data point shows on the map as that Sturbridge Hill in New Canaan.
That's one data point.
One data point.
Okay.
Number 40 is the second data point. It shows the same date, 12/21:53 p.m. to 12/22 p.m. Again, the exact same spot in Sturbridge Hill. Is it Sturbridge Hill Road?
Yes. Okay.
And then the last one, right below that, number 41, 2019, 12/30/26 to 12/30/44. Some type of vehicle event happened that recorded that data spot. So I have 3 data spots recorded for that location on that day.
So do you have any way of knowing what happened between 9:54 a.m. and 12:21 p.m.?
I'm sorry, I do not have any way of knowing. I
So,
don't want to say it because
Right.
I'd be speculating that that's not appropriate.
okay, so when you say in your report 9:53 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., you cannot testify that the vehicle was there that entire time, can you?
I cannot say with certainty that it was.
Now, the other thing I want to ask you about is this green dot is also showing the vehicle parked on, in a lawn and not on a driveway, correct?
Yeah, this is the map version. If I displayed this data in the satellite version so I could see more accurately, I can't see exactly where it's parked because there's a large tree canopy there that kind of covers it. But the driveway is the entire width of the house structure there. And it appears that the vehicle is parked just off the driveway surface in the satellite view.
And I'm just going to ask you, just hypothetically, if the person who said they were driving that vehicle indicated they was parked in the same spot on the driveway when they were down there, would that impact at all your estimate of whether or not that dot is off by as many as 15 or 16 feet?
I mean, in the satellite view, it shows it pretty close to the driveway surface, so it could be off by a few feet, but I don't think too many.
Right. But in terms of whether or not it's showing this vehicle parked behind the house, not on the driveway, you can't say that that's pinpoint accuracy.
I definitely cannot say it's pinpoint accuracy. That's true.
Well, this is probably the best time to take the morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we will stand in our morning recess, and please do not discuss the case. Will the council stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Newth, So that I understand correctly, the infotainment system does not run 24/7, whether the car's running or not, correct?
Correct. It's an electronic device. It needs power in order to run. So there needs to be power to it.
So you either have to, in most cars, that means turn the engine on.
Sorry, guys, I had a phone call. Did I miss anything good? Like, I'm serious. I couldn't watch and listen because I was on the phone. Did I miss anything good, or are we still kind of like mucking around in this? Because I'm assuming he didn't say like, "Oh yeah, here's the route they drove." But let me know.
Right?
Yeah, it's not necessarily to turn the engine fully on. You can turn the key so that it activates the battery and alternator, and it will power up the system. But
Now you're referring to older cars that actually have a key, right?
yeah, that's true.
All right, so newer cars, you either, push a button to
Push the-
activate the car, or you can, I guess, put on, but they used to call it an accessory to turn on the battery, so you listen to the radio or
Correct.
something
Yes.
like that.
But there does have to be power to the system, which often means the engine needs to be started.
Right. And so when we're looking at the events and the times in your report, those are times when the engine had to be at least activated, if not turned on, correct?
Correct.
So according to your data and in your report, on May 24th, going back, 7:55 a.m. is when unless it was corrupted, that's the time that the car was turned on, or at least the power was given to the system, right?
Yeah, if I remember right, that was a gear shift vehicle event. I believe a gear car was shifted into gear.
Okay. So you're able to even tell what the car is doing when the system goes on?
If a vehicle event is recorded, you're able to tell.
Oh, okay. So then the next time there was an event was at 9:53 a.m. at Sturbridge Hill Road, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what that event was?
I believe it was shifted to park.
Okay.
But you know what? I shouldn't say that. I would have to double check the data because I didn't save that.
You don't have
But
that with you, do you?
I don't think I have that with me. I would have to double check that for you. That my recollection when I read this and put it together is that was a vehicle shift to park. But I would have to confirm that to be completely certain.
All right. If I'm to look at your last 2 pages of your report that has the, what I'll call the less visual data, right? The other times that you mentioned in the morning would require at that time at, let's say 9:53 a.m. you said was a shift to park.
I believe it was, yeah, that was the arrival. I believe it was.
And then the car was engaged, or at least the power went on at 12:21 and 59 seconds, right?
Yes, something occurred at that time. I'm not sure what, but something occurred for the vehicle to record a data point.
Okay. When you say something, means the power got turned on, right?
Yes, it could mean that.
Well, it couldn't happen while the car is off and somebody's out of the car, could it?
Yes, if there's no activity around the vehicle and the vehicle's powered down, it won't record a data point.
And of course, you checked to see if there were any recorded activities from, I think, 12:33 to the next one you indicated was at 4:21. This is Interstate 84, is it not here, the curve?
Yes,
In Plainville, heading near Farmington, correct?
correct. And there, to answer your question, no data points were recovered between those 2 timeframes.
I see, but this one shows a red dot and a green dot traveling. Can you tell from your map which direction the vehicle's going or no?
If I believe that the vehicle is going, if I recall, from the green dot in the lower part of the picture to the red dot in the upper corner of the picture, I could certainly double check that for you. Simply, when I open the extraction, if I put the cursor on one dot, it'll show me the timestamp for that dot, and then put it on the other dot, and it'll show me the timestamp. So obviously, it's going in the direction of the earlier timestamp to the later timestamp.
Fair enough. So let me just make sure I didn't have another question about the Ford Raptor. So let me now talk to you about the Chevy Suburban.
Okay.
You were asked a bunch of questions just now about the report as it applied to the 2017 Chevrolet Suburban, correct?
That's correct.
And you showed us some information that was obtained and downloaded by you.
That's correct.
You didn't prepare a map-like report like we just saw for the Ford Raptor, correct?
Yes, that's because I didn't get any GPS data from the dates of interest, the 23rd and 24th of May, 2019,
At all.
at all.
And you don't know, or do you know whether or not the just the GPS had been either by an auto place like Chevrolet or by the customer had been shut off so they could not be tracked where they were going?
I do not know the answer to that, and I'm not sure if that specific system records a lot of GPS data.
Oh, okay. Now, in addition to the report that was just introduced as State's Exhibit 130, you had in 2019 prepared another report, didn't you, regarding the Chevy Suburban?
I prepared a report with several attachments to it relating to this extraction, yes.
And in fact, you sent that directly to a state police detective named Kimball, didn't you?
Probably. I can remember emailing one of the state police detectives about this.
If I showed you your email, might that refresh your recollection?
I'm sure it would, yeah.
Showing you Exhibit N for identification. N is in Nancy. Is that your email?
Oh, yes. This is my email dated 5/30/2019 to Detective John Kimball.
So you wrote this email in on May 30th, 2019.
Yes, I did.
Had you already reviewed the Chevy Suburban material as of that date?
Yes, I did. What was going on at this time is this was an active investigation and it was considered very high priority. And the detectives wanted to know right away if any data was recovered from the 23rd or 24th so that they could utilize that data in their investigation. So when I found some data from the 24th in this extraction, I let Detective Kimball know about it.
And they specifically did want to know about the movements or the tracking of Jennifer Dulos' cell phone, correct?
No, I did not have Jennifer Dulos' cell phone. I did not examine that. I only examined her vehicle.
You were asked to determine if there were any cell phones that had paired to the vehicle, though, correct?
Well, not specifically. I was asked to provide any data recorded by the vehicle that occurred within that date range.
And you did that, right?
Yes, I did.
And you prepared a report to give to Detective Kimball, correct?
Yes, I did.
And smart things. You have a statement also.
No, where, he didn't create this. Is this created by him? Well, I'll ask you. Can I have a copy? Yeah. Please do.
Showing you what has been marked as Exhibit CC for identification is the summary report, what you gave to Detective Kimball in response or in attention to that PDF that you mentioned was connected to your email.
Yes, this is related to the device connection that was identified as occurring on 5/24/2019.
Okay. And my question is what was the PDF that came with Exhibit N, right?
Yes, I believe the email is related to this piece of data.
I would offer both N and CC as full.
Oh, I have no objection, Your Honor. I would just ask counsel to get me a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Defense N and Defense CC admitted as well.
Just for the jury's edification, I'm just going to show them, this is Exhibit N, and it's a photocopy, but this is the email you sent to Detective Kimball with one attachment on May 30th, 2019 at, I can't tell if it's 3:23 or 5:23, but
It's 5:23 p.m. it looks like,
yeah, but it was that date.
or it could be 3:23, you're right. It's kind of, but it was definitely that date.
Okay. And the attachment was something called Case Details Search After 5/23/2019, correct?
Yes, let me explain if you like.
Sure, but let me first identify this as Exhibit CC, correct?
Yes,
All
CC.
right. So would you explain the purpose of preparing this document?
Yeah, this is an excerpt, I think, from an overall PDF. When I do a Burla data extraction, Burla has a tool where you can create a PDF case report right away. And it's that enormous PDF that the state's attorney was asking me about earlier, that's so many, over 1,000 pages, but it contains all the data that's extracted from the vehicle. And as part of our policy, once I complete the extraction, I usually will email that PDF report to whoever the investigating officer is so that they have that data immediately. Because a lot of times these are done during active investigations and they're looking for this information to find leads to follow in their investigation. So immediately when the extraction's done, I create the PDF, I email it out.
And so you're talking about there's a 1,000-page report, right?
It could be that big, yes.
And
I don't know the number of pages of this report, but I'm sure it's quite large.
And it's all data. It's a lot of it's raw data, correct?
Well, it's data that's interpreted into plain English by the software, but it is the raw data as having not been gone through or by investigative eyes.
Well, just like the map report that we just saw that you prepared for the state,
Yes.
this is a summary of some of the data in that 1,000 pages.
Correct. It's a summary of some of that data.
All right, so I'm just going to go through it with you. So
Sure.
up at the top, it mentions the year and model and the VIN number of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were you made aware during your conversations, you said there was a high priority case, correct?
Yes, it was.
So you knew that it had to do with the disappearance of a woman by the name of Jennifer Dulos that the police were investigating, right?
I was aware of that, yes.
And you were also aware that this was her vehicle, correct?
Yes, obviously the evidence can't be submitted to me without a search warrant. And before I do my examination, I always read the search warrant, which gives me a lot of information about the case, but it helps me know what type of data I'm looking for.
Obviously, okay. So I'm just going to ask you, there's a section here, and I'm going to zoom out a little just so that it all fits on one page. And I'll move it down, but would you indicate for the jury what the call logs here show?
Yeah, call logs are basically, they come from the cell phone. When the cell phone is connected to the system via Bluetooth, the system immediately downloads, like I had testified to earlier, immediately downloads data from your cell phone relating to phone calls, including contacts and phone call history. So the call logs are phone call history downloaded by the infotainment system from the cell phone when it's connected.
And are these times local time or UTC time that are included in your report?
Well, if you look at the second column, it says timestamp, type, and it says local. So this device displayed the time in local time, not in UTC.
The next column talks about call type, outgoing versus missed, correct?
Correct.
And then the next is phone numbers.
Yes.
Right? And then the next column are contact names. Where would those names have come from? Well, let me ask it a different way. Are these the names that the holder of this phone, that is the owner of this particular phone, would have punched into their phone as an identification to the, if they were known recipients or senders, or does the system itself create that?
Those names come from the contact list in the phone. Most everybody has a cell phone, right? You have a list of contacts and you can go to the contact you want to call and push it in. The contact list is downloaded along with the cell phone data when the connection is made. And the system, when a phone call is made, if it recognizes that number as one of your contacts, it's going to display that contact name along with that call. So when you see those names on there, Gloria Farber, Dwayne Lavold, those are from the contact list in that phone.
Now, you did not have the phone in question here, did you?
I did not.
So the device identifier, is this what you testified to on direct, would be the Bluetooth identifier, or would that be the serial number of the phone itself? The MAC number, I think you referred to.
It's the Bluetooth MAC address is what Burla tends to use as their device identifier. And the reason I shouldn't speak for Burla, but I believe the reason they use that is all these connections are made via Bluetooth. So it's a unique piece of data that's readily available in the extraction.
Is it called MAC because it's an Apple
No,
device, just MAC, or what is it?
just MAC.
And do we know what that stands for? Do you know what that stands for?
I'd have to look it up. I don't recall.
Right. But it's an abbreviation for something.
Yes, it's similar to an IP address. It's a unique address for each device in order to make a connection through Bluetooth.
Would you have made a determination that this device identifier was connected to the, or came back to the device registered to Jennifer Dulos?
I don't know who this device is registered to. I know the date and time it was first paired to this device, and I know that the last date and time it was paired to this device. It's a device that was just called iPhone. So I don't have any ownership authentication to it within this data extraction.
But just in looking at the contact names, there was a Dr. Roy Geronimus who was called at 7:54 a.m. outgoing from this device while paired to this Chevrolet, correct?
Well, it's correct that there was an outgoing call made from that cell phone to a Dr. Roy Geronimus at 7:41 a.m. There's no data here to tell me whether or not that phone call occurred from within the vehicle. Some systems record that phone call made within vehicle. This system does not. That phone call could have been made outside the vehicle, and then when the device connected, it downloaded phone call history, and so the data's in there. But it doesn't tell me whether or not it was made from the car or from outside the car. I don't know.
Well, and the next call is, I guess these are in the next call earlier, rather the evening before, May 23rd, was to somebody named Caroline Luft. You see that?
I do.
And then there was you mentioned the other two people, one being Gloria Farber and one being Dwayne Lavole, correct?
Correct.
So if one were to go through the phone records of an individual, determine whether these calls in fact were occurred, one could match up that phone, so-called iPhone, to the particular device if there were phone records to do that, right?
Objection, cause for speculation outside the scope about phone
Well,
records.
this witness has not testified concerning phone records, or basically those records generated by the phone company. So the question is, will the information contained on the call logs also show up on phone records generated by the company? That's the question, correct?
Yeah,
Overruled.
I think you answered yes.
Yes, I believe it would.
Okay. Now, the next column here, you have a box here called events. Are these the times that, when you say that the device paired to the specific Chevrolet Suburban on May 24th, 2019, according to this report?
Yeah, if you look at the bottom one on this report, the date on the left shows 5/24/2019, 2:56:32 p.m. That's local time. The event is identified as a device, and the action is identified as a device connection. So it's reporting a device connection of the unique identifier with that Bluetooth MAC address, 5C09, et cetera, was connected at that time.
And I know if you go to the event identifier, this MAC number that you identified that begins 5C0, et cetera, see
Right.
that?
That number is unique to each individual cell phone.
Is that the same identifier as shown under the call logs in the previous box on that same page?
5C09, C1A4. Yes, it is.
So can we conclude from this events box that the specific device, the one that either missed or sent phone calls in call logs box, connected to the Chevrolet Suburban at 2:56 and 32 seconds PM on May 24th, 2019?
Yes, that's correct.
I realize, Your Honor, there are 3 copies of the same document. I did make copies after when I stapled them, so I can give a copy to counsel if I may.
Yes.
Is it just one page?
Yeah.
Do you want to take the other one?
Yeah. Now, if a vehicle has been paired with a, well, which way does it go? Does the phone pair with the vehicle through Bluetooth, or does the Bluetooth in the vehicle pair with the phone? Which way does that work?
Both. I mean, the two devices have to be set into pairing mode together and be within range of each other in order to pair them. So it's a very deliberate act.
So in other words, one has to, it's not just by accident. You can't be driving down the street and accidentally pair with a total stranger's vehicle's Bluetooth, correct?
Correct.
And the device MAC number that you testified to remains the same as long as you own that. It remains the same for that device,
For
correct?
that device.
If you get a new device, you have to pair it all over again because it'll be a different MAC number, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And each car has a different infotainment center system that has its own unique identifier as well, correct?
That's correct.
And once you've paired your device to a vehicle, will it stay there unless you erase it?
Yes, I believe it will. It doesn't, that list is pretty consistent. What it usually records is the initial date of the pairing and then the last date that it was connected at. Every time you connect it, it changes that last date of connection to the current date. So you don't know every time that it connected, you know the initial time and the last time.
Well, for example, if I were to pair to a rental car and then I forget to delete that, would that my pairing remain there? So the next time I go to that rental company, will I pair again?
Yes, I believe it would.
So it would be, I mean,
It's
it's
the
not
exact
really,
same vehicle.
so just for our edification, so it'd be good to delete it on your own. You can actually delete the Bluetooth pairing from a vehicle if you want to, right?
Most of them allow that in the user interface, I believe.
Okay. And you did testify that as new data is entered in, older data is deleted, correct?
What I said was, if data is marked as deleted by the system, as new data is recorded, that deleted data may become overwritten and then it's no longer accessible to us.
Well, for example, were you able to retrieve any earlier phone calls that aren't in this report from the infotainment center, from the Bluetooth connection to that device?
I believe there's a lot of phone calls in the full report of this extraction, but they don't relate to the time frame of interest.
That was what I was going to. So you were asked in this report by the detective to only limit it to the May 23rd to May 24th period, right?
Yeah, for their investigation at the time, they were interested in anything that occurred around the time of Mrs. Dulos's disappearance.
Now, you were asked some questions about Bluetooth distance. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Does it matter whether a window or door of a vehicle is open or closed, what the distance is going to be to the from the device to the vehicle itself?
In my experience, no. It'll go through a closed door or window.
And the range you said is what? How far away can you be before?
I don't have a scientific answer to this. I mean, I have a personal analogy.
What's your analogy?
One time I was in the tire shop getting new tires and my wife called me and I'm sitting in the waiting room talking to my wife and the mechanic comes in and says, "Hey, we can hear your call on the phone's radio." And that I had to be a good 50 feet away from where the car was being worked on. So it's a pretty good range.
50 feet.
Yeah, I bet I was.
That
Was
happens.
there a wall or glass between you as
A
well?
wall with a closed
2.0
door.
and I have had that issue.
How long does the vehicle store the Bluetooth data?
In terms of the connected devices, I don't believe that gets marked for deletion unless someone manually goes in and deletes it.
So it can go back maybe years?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah, in fact, I'm sure I've seen connected devices going back a few years, yeah.
Is that one of the reasons the report is 1,000 pages here?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of data in these things. I mean, most of it isn't relevant to your investigation, but it's there and it's recovered, so.
And just like I asked you about the Ford, does the vehicle have to be turned on, or at least the power turned on, in order for the Bluetooth system to work with that vehicle?
Yes, it does. It's an electronic device. Without power, it can't do anything.
The phone itself, however, connects to let me re-ask this question. I want to understand this part. Is the phone receiving and sending phone calls through the car system? In other words, is the car connecting to a cell tower, or is it the phone itself?
Well, the car is capable of connecting to a cell tower if it has cellular service. You would have to buy cellular service for the car, though. I mean, it's the cell phone primarily that's connecting. The cell phone is connected to the cellular network and to the infotainment system through Bluetooth. But the actual connection is being made in the cell phone.
So when it comes to, were you able to tell whether in this particular case and in this report that the Bluetooth connection was more just as like a wireless speaker? So in other words, it was a hands-free availability that would connect so you could hear things like you just explained.
Correct. That's exactly what it is. It's for the purpose of hands-free driving. But the phone is what's doing making the actual connection to the outside phone.
But other than that, the cell phone itself would have to connect to cell tower service, correct?
Yes.
Did this vehicle, when you examined it, have a hotspot or an internal cellular ability so that you could make calls from the car rather than use your own cell data?
I do not believe it did, no. a cell phone would have had to been present to make a call.
Can I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
One final question. After you sent this material to Detective Kimball, did you speak to him to help explain any of this data to him?
I can't recall speaking. I mean, I can't say for sure that I didn't. It was 5 years ago, but I don't recall having that conversation.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Just briefly, if I can. Sorry, just a couple more questions. Thank
Sure.
you. Just a couple questions on the on Bluetooth and the capabilities. Attorney Shohan asked you a couple questions about the location and whether the door had to be open. Do you recall that line of questions?
I do.
Right. And you told the story about at the car wash,
The tire shop.
the tire shop. There you go, tire shop. And there was a wall between you and the car.
Yes, I was in a waiting room. The car was in the garage getting new tires put on it.
What about if there were trees in between of a phone device and a vehicle that was running? Would the phone be able to connect to the Bluetooth of the car?
I mean, it's not like I've done any scientific studies on it, but in my personal experience, I would say the trees would not affect it.
Bushes?
Probably not.
Okay, people walking?
No.
Okay. If the phone was just around and in an area close to the.
If
to
it's
the-
within a close enough distance to the system and both the phone and the system are powered on, it's going to connect.
And counsel asked you about deleting the pairing of the phone off of the vehicle. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do, yeah.
And is that something a person can manually do?
Yeah, I think I've done that before on some of my old cars. You can go in and you can cancel your pairing and then repair it if you want to, or
Can you also cancel the location services of the infotainment center?
I'm not aware of, I don't know how to answer that. I'm not aware of any way that you can do that, but without researching it, I can't say with certainty.
And a couple of questions if you can. If I may just approach the clerk, Your Honor. It's 129. Sir, briefly, let me show her and ask you about the movement of the vehicle, particularly Sturbridge Hill.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. And you indicated there were 3 data points that you found during that time period, 9:53 and 12:30, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, with respect to those 3 data points, did the vehicle move from that spot at those 3 specific
I am
times?
very proud of you guys.
It did not appear to. Those 3 specific data points are right on top of each other. I mean, there's no separation in those circles. So if the vehicle moved at that time, it was parked again in the exact same location. I mean, quite precisely.
Okay. And if you look at page 1 of that report, you actually have the vehicle moving at Jefferson Crossing in a very small spot. Is that
Yes.
correct? So that would be the show of a movement from a vehicle from one place to another.
Correct.
And with respect to Sturbridge Hill, though, the spots remain in the exact same spot?
Correct.
And
That's just
this-
one single data point.
One day. And this road here, up and down, you titled that Sturbridge Hill Road. Is that the main road? And then and my next question would just follow up, and then does that make this the driveway?
Yes, Sturbridge Hill is the road, and that line there that leads to the house is the driveway.
And the dot behind the house would be the vehicle?
Correct.
Oh, one last question, actually, I'm sorry. I just wanted to see if I could clarify on that same states 129. You indicated on cross-examination, the EST was just a typo. It's supposed to be EDT, is that correct?
Yeah, sometimes I'm not the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree. I should have wrote EDT because it is summertime, so it would be Eastern Daylight Time.
But the times that in the date reflected,
The time reflects a -4 hour correction, which is accurate for summertime or daylight time.
it's just a typo. The times are not inaccurate.
The times are accurate. The EST is my stupid mistake.
I want to call it that. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I just want to clarify on what you were just shown on Exhibit 129, if you would, if you look at that. There were three, I guess we call them event times listed at the top, 4:52, 5:05, no, four. 4:52, 5:05, 5:09, and 5:10, is that right?
Yes.
This diagram isn't showing that between those times, the vehicle only moved, like this blue line is not showing that it moved from the red dot to the green dot, or the green dot to the red dot, does it?
Yeah, usually the blue line indicates the motion of the vehicle.
And it took, according to this, maybe 18 minutes to move, what, 6 feet, 10 feet?
Yeah, I mean, not all of the data is present, so we don't know exactly when it moved between those 2 points of data.
So, because I wanted to ask, there's been testimony in this case that this vehicle went to other addresses in Avon and Farmington during this very time that's indicated here. Do you have any data that shows that it was at another location?
All the data that I recovered is present in this document. So, and data that occurred at times that I did not recover from, I can't testify to. I don't know.
So I'm going to ask you, is it possible that what this is showing is that this vehicle started up at this location, traveled elsewhere, came back to this location at Jefferson Crossing, and maybe was turned on a second time?
It's hard for me to answer that because you're asking me to testify about data that I did not recover. So I can't really do that.
Well,
If I had those data points, I'd be happy to point it out to you, but I can only show you, I have these 2 data points. A blue line indicates usually that there's motion with Burla, but that's all I was able to recover.
So as far as you know, there's no data about this vehicle being at an address on Deercliff Road in Avon, correct? That you recovered?
Wasn't it driving along Deercliff in one of these points of data? I think that name Deercliff sounds familiar. I think it was.
Was that was on,
Go to the last data point of the day. Didn't it drive along Deercliff, or am I wrong? What's the last one on the second to last page?
oh, okay, yeah, it shows at.
Yeah, Deercliff Road, right.
8 o'clock at night, driving on Deercliff Road, right?
Yeah, 8 o'clock at night.
Right. What about at, on May 23rd?
I don't think I recovered it on Deercliff Road on May 23rd.
And was there any, what about 80 Mountain Spring Road? Was there any data recovered that this vehicle traveled to 80 Mountain Spring Road on the 23rd?
I don't recall any of that, no.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Nothing further.
Mr. Newth, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state would call Detective Mike Clark.
I will say that was a very interesting witness. Like, I learned a lot about that stuff. I mean, I knew it was recorded, but holy cow, that storing years and years of that data, and there's no real way to purge it. Interesting.
Yes, please. Thank you.
True.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, last name Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
So you may be seated.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Fairfield Police Department.
And in what capacity?
I'm currently in the capacity of police detective.
How long have you been a Fairfield Police Detective?
I've been a Fairfield Police detective since 2016.
Are you assigned to a particular division or department within the Fairfield Police Department?
Yeah, so I'm assigned to the Detective Bureau, and I currently work in that function doing cyber investigations. I manage our cold case homicide investigations. I manage all of our digital investigative technology, as well as being a qualified forensic examiner, digital forensic examiner for the agency.
And what is a digital forensic examiner?
So a summary of what a digital forensic examiner would do. I assist with the initial acquisition of digital devices and digital data, and then the preservation of those devices and that data. Following proper legal procedure or sufficient search authority, I would conduct extraction of digital devices and the data contained within. And then I would work with an investigator to look through that data and determine whether there was anything, any evidence related to their case or any exculpatory information related to their case as well.
When you say digital data, what are, essentially, we're talking about computers and cell phones and other electronic devices, is that correct?
A digital device, yes, would be a cell phone or computer or tablet or something capable of storing digital data.
I'm going to direct your attention primarily to cell phones when I ask these questions. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, could you just briefly maybe explain a little bit about your training and experience to become a digital forensic examiner, particularly with respect to cell phones?
Sure. So aside from being a police detective and having extensive training and experience in criminal investigations, I also have 3 certifications through Celebrite, which is one of the leading digital forensics companies in the world. Those certifications are as a physical operator, physical analyst, and also a certified mobile examiner. I've also been to the NCFI in Alabama, which is the Secret Service training facility for digital forensics. I've taken multiple classes through the NCFI in cyber investigations. I also spent 2 years as a task force officer in the Federal Bureau of Investigation, doing cyber investigations there and attaining secret and top secret security clearance during my time, and 3 years in a digital forensics lab.
I didn't realize I was ASMRing the mic,
which
guys.
was
Sorry.
sponsored by the Secret Service and focuses on, again, digital forensics. I have training through the FBI in the analysis of location data via cellular towers and digital devices, and also how to map those on a program.
Oh my
to be
God,
able
he
to
actually
view them.
does look like actual
I also
justice
have
warrior.
training and experience in utilizing video editing software to make court-ready presentations or presentations for media dissemination, as well as having attended many different seminars and classes in continuing education in this career path.
Fucking creep.
Now, you mentioned the Technical Investigative Unit, TIU.
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain where is that located and what does it do?
Sure. So the TIU is a lab in Weston. It's manned by detectives, officers, different ranks of people that are all digital forensics individuals. And it's a lab where, they can take a larger amount of digital devices from different places. They have access to different tools, and they'd be able to conduct extractions or analysis of other devices.
Were you a member of TIU?
I was.
Now, you mentioned a couple terms. I'm going to ask you to define them a little bit if you can. You just mentioned extraction. What does that mean?
Yeah, so I have a simple way to explain an extraction. So we mentioned digital devices being something like a phone, and phones contain digital data, so the data that's stored on those phones. So what an extraction does, I would utilize a tool or a program to be able to remove or copy the data, is a better term, to copy the data from a digital device and to move it to a different place where it's created, it creates this packet of data known as a zip file, and it would later allow me to parse that data to be able to view what was on the device.
What are some of the tools that you utilize to assist you in extracting the data?
Primarily, I utilize Graykey, which is an extraction software, as well as Celebrite UFED for PC, which is also an extraction software.
As you're conducting the extraction of a cell phone, are you able to see it on a screen or observe it as it gets downloaded or copied?
So as I'm conducting the extraction with just those programs as extraction tools, I'm able to see that the data is being extracted and how much time it's taken, but I can't see all the data that has been extracted until it's done and been parsed.
Does Graykey extract the entire contents of the phone?
Graykey will conduct the best extraction that it's able to based on several different factors, such as the make and model of the phone, the software on the phone, the chipset in the phone, and then the same thing for Graykey as well, the software version on that. So it does a best level extraction, but generally it's not able to copy every bit of data off of that device.
Does the phone need to be connected to the internet for you to do the extraction?
No, it does not.
Do you take any steps to ensure that the phone that you are attempting to do an extraction on is not manipulated in any way?
Yes, so the primary initial step is putting the device in airplane mode. It's a term that we call network isolation. It just prevents the network from touching the device. That way the data can't be deleted or manipulated. And there are other things like Faraday bags that prevent data transmission. And then once it's paired with Graykey, it'll also put it in airplane mode again to prevent it from being manipulated.
You also use the term parse the data. What does parse mean?
Sure. So once the data is extracted, it creates that packet I mentioned, so that zip file. And what parsing does is I use another program which is able to look into that data packet, and it's able to pull the data out of it and organize and categorize it in a manner that we're able to view it as it was intended to be viewed on the device. So an example of that, it would take all the pictures and put them in the pictures category, and the locations and put them in a locations category, and videos and put them in the videos category. So when we look at the program, the user interface, I'm able to go and see, okay, what were all the pictures on that device, or videos, or locations.
What is the tool you utilize in order to parse the data from the extraction?
Generally always Physical Analyzer, which is a Celebrate program.
Is it fair to say that Gray Key assists you with the extraction and Celebrate assists you with the analyzing the data?
That depends on the device, but in most instances, that is what I use, yes.
As Celebrate analyzes the data, are you able to see it on a screen?
Yes.
And after it analyzes the data and creates a report, is that called a certain thing?
Yes, so after the data is open, I'll generate two separate reports. One would be a written report, and the other would be a digital report that would be turned over to the investigator, and that's called a UFED reader report.
A UFED reader report?
Yes.
The whole process of extracting the data and then utilizing the Celebrate to analyze it and create the UFED reader, did I get the terms right?
Yes.
Okay. Did that alter the data in any way?
No, it does not alter the data that's on the device already.
Does it provide a complete copy of the phone?
It provides a copy of the best copy it's able to. So it doesn't provide a complete copy bit by bit of the device if it's a file system extraction, which is what Gray Key uses, but it will copy the entire file system.
Does the information that it is able to get from the phone, is that a true copy of the phone, even if it doesn't have all the information at that time?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Well, we know it's an accurate copy because it's copying that file system data from that device. So we know that that it's pulling accurate data from there.
Do you need to have the password to the phone in order to access it using Gray Key?
Not necessarily, but it does help. It's useful to have. So we try our best to get it when possible.
If you were to take I guess the original data from a Gray Key extraction and apply a newer version of a Celebrate analyst or analytic tool to that original data, would you be able to get more of that data?
I can't say we'd necessarily get more data, but at times there's data that's not viewable initially with certain software versions of Celebrate Physical Analyzer. And as the companies learn that there are different items within the phone that they can parse out or find, newer versions will make things that weren't viewable at a certain time viewable at a later time.
Well, let me ask you about that. So you said viewable. So the first extraction, the data points come in a certain format, and the Celebrate is able to do something to it so that you're able to view it and read it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as technology changes, if you were able to utilize newer technology, would that then, I guess, make it the data, if there is stuff that wasn't originally able to view, you would then be able to see it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as you're actually doing the extraction and the Celebrate and creating a copy of this data, are you reaching into the backup, the iClouds, and any of that technology?
It is possible to do. Generally with Gray Key, though, no.
How do you, well, what's a hash value?
So a hash value is something, it's a alphanumeric value that's assigned to a particular data set. And it's a unique identifying number similar to a serial number, whereas if that data set doesn't change, that hash value will always be the same. I utilize hash values to ensure that from the time I extract the value to the time I open the data set, that it's the same data set. And then I would apply a unique name to that data set to ensure that I always have the right one.
After you extract the data, parse it with Celebrate and create a UFED, what are some of the things that you can see out of a phone? What are some of the contents that you can view?
Some of the contents we can view are things like pictures, messages, photos, videos, location data. And then there are also things that happen in the background of the device that we have access to that we can see, such as if the device was powered on or powered off or plugged or unplugged or turned in a certain orientation or not. So those are some of the things that we look at in the device.
You mentioned location data. What does location data look like on a UFED reader?
On a UFED reader, it would be, there would be a table on the bottom of it, and it would have your date, time, longitude, latitude, the type of GPS location data it was. And then there's also a map that shows up where you can click on a certain data set and it would generate a pin on a map and show you where that location was.
And by the way, when I say UFED reader, am I talking about the end result of the whole process of downloading and extracting the information from the phone?
Either physical analyzer or UFED reader would both do the same thing.
Does the location data utilize cell towers or GPS?
It can utilize both.
And can you filter the UFED reader to determine if there are location data points without the use of cell towers?
Yes, you can filter out cell towers if you wanted to and just have it show specifically GPS or photo data.
How does the GPS work on the phone if you take out the cell towers?
If you filter out the cell towers, it just won't show you where the cell tower was located that the device was utilizing. It'll just show you a GPS fix where the physical handset was located.
And is that similar to like a Waze or a Google Map?
It could be.
When the location data is recorded, does that require a activity or user interaction with the phone?
Not necessarily. No, it can happen as a system process.
So can the phone record a data point or location if the phone is just in somebody's pocket?
Yes.
Does it have to be on?
Yes.
With respect to communication contained within the phone, are you able to access any kind of data points that are involved with communicating with other people in any way on the cell phone device through the use of Cellbrite and the UFED?
Yes.
If you could just explain a little bit about what you can get from a phone based on communication.
Sure. So kind of the two of the big categories we look at are phone calls. So if someone places or receives a phone call and voicemails, and then messages as well. So things like iMessages, short messaging service, SMS messages, Facebook messages. There are a lot of messaging apps as well that we look at.
You mentioned iMessage and SMS messages. What are those?
So iMessage would be a message between two users who have an iPhone and who have sufficient service to generate an iMessage. It utilizes Apple servers through data and transmits that message in that method. SMS is a short messaging service, which is kind of an older technology. And generally that'll happen between, say, an iPhone and an Android. So anyone who has an iPhone, if you see that green box instead of the blue box, you're sending an SMS or MMS message. And those go through the phone carrier as opposed to through Apple server.
Third-party messaging apps, are those separate from that iMessage, SMS messages?
They can be categorized under instant messages, but they are different. Yes, it'll show a different application handle that as opposed to an iMessage.
Would those be things like WhatsApp and Facebook?
Yes.
Are you, in the course of the extraction, are you able to look at any of those messages that are made through those third-party apps?
Yes.
Do you need to go directly to the Facebook company or WhatsApp company to get those, or can you just get them directly off the phone?
It depends, but often you can get them directly from the phone.
Are you able to determine based on the extraction whether or not the phone was, or what times the phone was turned on and turned off?
Yes, that is something that is recorded on the device.
What about the movement of the phone?
Yes, there are metrics that also determine that.
And all that can be viewed throughout the UFED reader?
Yes, as long as it's included in the report. So physical analyzer is what we create the report with, and as long as it's included, yes, you'd be able to view that.
And I'm going to draw your attention, sir, to May 26, 2019. Were you asked to extract and analyze a phone owned by Fotis Dulos?
Yes, I was.
Who asked you to do that?
That was Detective Tom Patton.
Were you a certified digital forensic examiner in 2019?
Yes, I was.
Did you work for Fairfield Police Department?
Yes.
How did you get the call from Tom Patton to do the extraction?
I had known Tom in our time in the FBI. He was also a task force officer, and he also was certified through Cellbrite. So we had talked about digital forensics. He knew the tools and the abilities I had and reached out to me and asked if I could help him with a device.
Did Fairfield Police Department have Gray Key in 2019?
Yes.
And was Gray Key the tool that allowed you to extract the information from Fotis Dulos' phone?
Yes, that was what I used.
When did you receive that phone?
I received that phone on May 26, 2019.
Where were you?
I was in my workstation at the Fairfield Police Department.
What type of phone was it?
That was an iPhone XS.
Was it powered on?
It was powered on. It was locked. It had a lock screen, an active lock screen, and it was in airplane mode.
Did you get a password?
I did.
And were you able to open it?
Yes, I was able to open it.
What acts, if any, did you take on the phone?
Aside from unlocking it, the next thing I did was paired it with Gray Key in order to conduct the extraction of the device.
By the way, did you have authority to conduct the search?
Yes, Detective Patton provided me with a signed search warrant, which I did see.
So you utilized Gray Key. Did you also then analyze it with Cellbrite?
Tucker's
Yes,
not
after the
until 8
extraction,
o'clock.
was conducted, it was downloaded and then it was parsed or opened with Celebrite.
Did you utilize that hash value process to ensure that the data was the same?
Yes,
And is that something that you normally do as a digital forensic examiner when you process a phone?
yes,
Did you create a UFED reader?
I did.
Now, did you also utilize Gray Key and Celebrite and extract the data creating a UFED reader on a second phone that was seized from Fotis Dulos in 2019?
Yes,
And did you also create an, and I could be saying this wrong, so please correct me if I do. Did you apply Celebrite or a newer version of technology in 2023 on both the first phone as well as the second phone?
yes, I took the most updated version at that time of Celebrite and reparsed the original extraction on those dates
Okay, you reparsed the original extraction. What was the purpose of doing that?
to attempt to view the original data set with newer technology, again, to be able to see if we were able to view anything newer that wasn't available back then.
Now, I want to ask you a couple questions with respect to the first phone that was seized on May 26th and is it reparsed or reanalyzed in 2023?
Both work, yeah.
Both work. Okay. Did that 2023 report contain anything that was not, or well, actually withdraw that, that's an awful question. In 2019 report, everything that was included in the 2019 report, did that appear in the 2023 report?
Yes, it appeared.
Okay. And specifically with respect to location data, I want to ask you a couple questions. You talked a little bit about some of the location data points you can get from a phone. Were you able to determine any location data points for the phone of Fotis Dulos on May 24th, 2019?
Yes, I was.
Now, I'm going to ask you specifically about the time period between 5:35 in the morning and 12:22 in the afternoon. Did you review the Celebrite UFED report for location data for that time period?
Yes, I did.
Now, what does that look like when you look at it on a map? Or I'm sorry, not on a map, on the UFED reader.
So it would appear on a map on the UFED reader. As I explained, there would be a table below a map. The table would have all of your information as far as the date, time, location data, longitude, latitude type of thing. And then there would be a map above it where you could then click on a data set and it would put a pin on that map and show you where the GPS fix for that device was.
On May 24th, 2019, between the time period of 5:35 and 12:22 that morning, what was the first time that phone indicated a location time point?
I don't recall that off the top of my head.
If I may have a moment with counsel. Your Honor, state's offer is 131. I believe if I can move it all, except there are 18 files contained within it, all except file 18, which when we get to that, I will make an offer at that time.
Is there an objection?
One moment, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, may I have a moment?
Yeah.
Come on, let's go. Say Brantley saying, yeah, well, we're going to cover it tonight. We're going to talk about it. Not a whole lot to say. It's, Vic owed $400K and they canceled the hearing for today. So it looks like Vic is working out payments for everybody. So. Interview's on now? Holy shit, I thought it was not till 8. Come on.
One.
Redacted device locations. If you can, sir, if you wouldn't mind getting up and going to the screen for a minute. What's being displayed on the screen, sir?
So this is a PDF version of an extraction report for location data.
Okay, I'm going to scroll up on the top. It says Celebrite with extraction report. Did you create this?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And It is 13 pages. I'm going to actually go to the page 13. What is the time that it began? So is the time backwards?
Yes, it looks like the earliest timestamp is at the bottom and the latest timestamp.
Now, between 5:35 a.m. and 12:22 a.m., what was the first time that this phone calculated or recorded location data?
That would have been this time 6:44 and 42 seconds a.m.
Okay, if you can you just go through, I know it's hard to see, so if you could please go through and just read the middle box that you, it says type, and then visited, precision, horizontal. What does this mean?
Are you asking about the horizontal?
Yes.
So that's the precision accuracy for each GPS fix. It generates a horizontal accuracy in meters, and that's basically what that means.
Okay, and where is the location data on the screen?
The location itself will be the longitude and latitude, which is this box here.
Now, you indicated before in your testimony that a individual wouldn't have to actively utilize the phone for it to create one of these location data points. Can you tell just by looking at the cell bright extraction whether or not the phone was used or interacted with when this data point was created?
As far as what created this data set, so what created this longitude and latitude marker, there are times where we're able to, but there are also times when we're not. So I'm not 100% on what created that data set. What's important to us is that it was created and is there.
Okay. And did you determine the location of this lat longitude?
I did.
Where is it?
That was 4 Jefferson Crossing in Farmington.
Now, between that 5:35 in the morning and 12:20 in the afternoon, did that lat longitude ever change?
Yes, it did.
Anything significant?
During that period of time, it remained in that area the entire time.
And by that area, you mean the area for Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked in file 1, titled Map for Jeff. What does this show, sir?
So this would be an example of a Celebrite reader report with that table I discussed at the bottom, containing all the information related to the location hit. And then once you right-click it and go to location, it would then give you a pin where that GPS fix occurred.
Could you just read the bottom because it's very small?
Yes. So the bottom, you have our first few boxes, which are blank. It starts with the timestamp, which is the time that was recorded for the hit itself. Everything is recorded on the device in UTC, which is Coordinated Universal Time. And then it's converted into either Eastern Standard Time or Eastern Daylight Time. So you have the beginning of the hit, which is the original timestamp, and then the end of the recorded location, which is the end time. And the position would be the longitude and latitude of the device location.
So it looks like it began at 6:44:42 and ended at 6:45:05. Is that the same time that was on the written extraction that we just pulled up?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and it says UTC -4. Does that mean that this is the correct time, the Eastern Daylight Time?
That means it was converted to Eastern Daylight Time.
Okay, thank you. And all of the data points, which just going back to the device location point, it says 65 location data points. Is that correct?
Yes.
And all of those were in that same location of 4 Jefferson Crossing
Yes, they were all in that general area.
between 5:35 and 12:22.
Correct.
Now, between that same time period of 5:35, you can have a seat, sir, I'm sorry, 5:35 and 12:22, did you look at the phone and extract data with respect to instant messages or text messages, I should say?
Yes, messages were analyzed within that time frame.
Now, we talked about SMS, iMessages, and third-party apps. With respect to solely SMS and iMessages, were there IMS or instant messages, text messages, SMS messages made during that 5:35 to 12:22 time period?
Yes, I observed message data on the phone between that period of time.
And now, a couple of questions actually for you before I open the next file, sir. Is there a way to determine whether or not the SMS and iMessages, not third-party apps, the SMS, iMessages were read or opened and viewed?
So read, no, I can't tell if somebody actually read it, but I am able to tell if the user clicked on that message and opened it to view it.
Does it also give you a time when that person opened it up and viewed it?
Depending on the settings on the device and depending on the application, yes, it could do that.
How are you able to do that? Or how are you able to see that it was open and viewed?
There's a marker within Celebrite. So one of the things that it is able to allow us to view is whether or not there were read receipts, which is what that's called when you click on a message and open it. And it will tell us if the read receipts were on that device opened that message at that time.
Are you able to do that or see that read receipt in the third-party messages, WhatsApp and Facebook?
Again, it depends on the settings. At times, yes, but it depends on how that user has it set up.
Were you able to determine if some text messages and, well, SMS and iMessages were read and viewed during that 5:35 and 12:22 timeframe?
It did appear as though the read receipts were turned on. I don't believe I saw any read within that time frame though.
I'm going to show you file 2, marked SMS, Fotis messages. So what are we looking at here, if you can? If you can get up, please, and go to the screen again. And if you can over, it says instant messages, incoming. What does incoming mean?
That means it was a message that was sent to this device, so received by the device.
And what time was the first text message or instant message sent to the device?
So the first message within this time frame was at 7:18.
And is that reflected on the screen? If you could point to it.
Yes, it's,
Thank you. And the next category, I believe, says party. What does that mean?
the party would be the participants that were involved in it. So you can see who the message came from and that the participants were the same person. So it shows it as a group. And then also it'll have the email address for iMessages because it does utilize the iCloud email address to send an iMessage back and forth, as well as the phone number for the device owner as well.
So this instant message at 7:18 has the phone number and then Renia Menudas. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
And it has a from receipt. That means it's from that person.
Yes.
And participants, Fotis or Dulos at Yahoo. Is that email address for the iCloud?
Yes.
And it also has the number here with Renia Menudas under the participants. Does it include the from and to individuals under the participants?
Yes.
And does this also give actually the content of the text message?
Yes, it does.
If you could just read that, please.
Sure. It states, call me. My client is ready to meet with you to see plans. I want to take him to the home you redid on Mountain Spring as well.
Was that text message read or opened and viewed between 5:35 and 12:22 that morning?
It doesn't appear to be that way on here now.
And is that text message, I'm going to draw your attention actually to the next one. Is it SMS message?
Yes,
And that is from who?
that is from,
At what time?
that was on 5/24/2019 at 7:37 a.m.
And if you could read that as well?
It says, Hutch can come get me,
And
or can come get it. I apologize.
the line 3, please, SMS incoming at what time?
That's on 5/24/2019 at 8:36 a.m.
And from who?
That is from Thor Swanson.
And the description, please.
Good morning, Fotis. I hope you guys can make Garth's graduation party Sunday at 5 p.m. Would you mind if I parked our 3 extra cars in your circle to make room for the pizza truck? Let me know. Thanks.
Now, line 4, I want to ask you about instant message incoming at what time?
That is at 9:02 a.m. on 5/24/2000.
And this looks like it's from Rania again with that same message. Call me, my client is ready to meet with you. Is that a duplicate or a second message?
That appears to be a second message.
So that text message at 7:18 was reset at 9:02.
It appears that way, yes.
And I'm going to scroll down to the rest of them. Line 5, instant message at 10:12.
Yes,
Who is that from?
that is from Dennis Pueblo.
And the content?
It states, from your end, are you set for this weekend or are you still working things out with Jennifer?
And line 6, please, SMS. A message at 13:26. What time is that?
What time is that?
What time is that?
13:26. Oh, 1:26 p.m.
Thank you. And who is that from and what is the content?
That is from Hutch Haynes and the content is no phone, text me.
And that's from Hutch Haynes to Fotis Dulos, correct?
Correct.
Now, the last 3 of these messages, sir, are duplicates, are they not? Let's look at 7, which is SMS incoming 1333 from Hutchins, and it says no phone, text me. Is that right?
It does say that, yes.
Why is this a duplicate and it has the word red underneath?
So it's not necessarily a duplicate, it's a red receipt. So this is indicating that this SMS message was clicked on and opened by a device user at this specific time at 13:33.
So that would be 1:33 in the afternoon?
That would be 1:33 p.m.
Okay, so that text message was originally sent at 1:26 and it was read at 1:33. Is that how you read that?
It was opened at 1:33.
Or opened and viewed? Thank you. So going down to line 8, have the text message from Thor Swanson about the graduation party. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. When was that read?
Same concept, that was opened and viewed at 1:34 p.m.
When was that text message originally sent, sir?
That message was originally sent at 8:36 a.m.
And it was opened and viewed at what time?
at 1:34 p.m.
And this last one, Hutch can come get it. When was that originally sent?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object as asked and answered. We could spend all day going through the ones and having them repeated. I'm just trying to suggest that this is not a good use of court time.
Well, the court understands the offer to be that there was a gap in time between when a message was sent and when it was. The court does not understand the testimony to be that it was read, that it was opened. So overruled.
So what time was that original message that was sent to the phone?
I'm sorry, can you go back to the, I forget which message?
It would be the Hutch can come get it. I'll draw your attention to line 2.
Okay, Hutch can come get it was at 7:37 a.m.
And at what point was it opened and viewed?
1:35 p.m.
Okay, so the text messages or instant messages and SMS messages that were sent, according to this, between the 7:18 message and the 10:12 message, none of them were opened and viewed until the earliest being 1:33 in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you create a screenshot or a recording to utilizing the Cellbrite program for these messages?
yes, I did.
Opening file 2 and 3, label Fotis messages if you can, sir. Just going to pause it right there. If you could just explain what this is.
Yeah, so this is a little bit more of a comprehensive view than that PDF is able to give. It obviously has a lot more information, particularly up here on the top right. But to start, on the beginning left, I just labeled what each arrow stands for, so the timestamp of the message, of when the message was actually received, which is right here where it says timestamp, and the application showing that this was an iMessage. Then in red would be the red arrow indicating when that red receipt was generated, so when that message was opened. So for this particular iMessage, I know it wasn't available to be viewed on that last PDF, but it is on this. It shows that at 13:33, so at 1:33 p.m., that message was opened and viewed.
That is the call me, my client is ready to meet with you to see plans. I want to take him to the home you redid on Mountain Spring Road. Is that the 7 o'clock one or the 9 o'clock one?
That one is the one at 7:18 a.m.
And on the PDF version, you couldn't tell that that had been opened and viewed, but you can on the Cellbrite extraction?
Yes, it didn't have a category for that on the PDF.
Okay. And at what time was that opened and viewed?
At 1:33 p.m.
Well, counsel, the court wants to make sure it understands counsel's question. The PDF states that read means device time message was opened, but counsel keeps saying viewed.
I apologize, Your Honor, I was using the witness's words, which is opened and viewed as opposed to read. If I may just inquire and clarify with him.
Yes.
So it does say on the actual Cellbrite report we're looking at here, the word read. Do you see the arrow?
Yes.
I'm going to object to this is not the actual Cellbrite report. This is some kind of, which I'm not objecting to, a summary chart, I think, that was created for the purposes of this trial. So I just would.
That's
Well,
correct. I believe he created this, correct, to clarify, Your Honor. I will change the way I phrase it.
Well, right now is the time to take a break.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will resume. Let's set it at 2:05, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not discuss the case.
So that's it, guys. I mean, I don't really. Another photograph, yeah. So, oh my gosh. Oh yeah, McKinley, we'll show you videos later. You can come on. I'll show you and hella more videos. But so here's it is, guys. I think they're going to be getting to the cell phone stuff, and the cell phone stuff probably going to be really bad for everybody involved. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Kind of uneventful. No court tomorrow, no court Monday. So we'll finish part 2 of day 20. We'll finish that part coming up. We'll finish that tomorrow, and then I'm not sure what we're doing over the weekend. So yeah, there's Nick drama. Well, yeah, totally. Yeah, I imagine that. Shocker, I know. So we will yeah, there's it's things are still looking okay for Michelle. I mean, it's not looking good. Like there's some stuff that's not good looking, but the alibi texts, they were mentioned, but we haven't seen them all. We haven't seen everything. You know, there's all that's the thing. All this stuff's going to come out, but for right now, Michelle is kind of hanging in there, but we'll see what happens. No, it's President William McKinley. Yes, it's her. Yes. I love you, sweetheart. So yeah, guys, we don't have much else to talk about today. I can't wait till we see these texts because I'm sure. I mean, I don't know what they are. Hopefully, they're juicy or something for us to bite into. So, other than that, Tucker is on right now with his interview of Vladimir Putin. So if you guys want to watch that, I think that's out on Twitter getting aired. And then we will be starting up at 9:30, and I'll see you guys there. We got a lot to talk about. All kinds of good stuff. So I will see you guys then. But until next time, even though it looks like she did it, Michelle Troconis is still not guilty. Although I'm not sure how long that's going to hold out. So I will see you guys at 9:30 tonight. Bye, guys.